discussion? All those who approve?
Aye.
All those who oppose, same sign. Motion carried. We're now into open session for the Waterman investigation.
This time I would call Sergeant Brad Siegfried to the stand.
Morning.
Morning.
Would you please turn toward the recorder? It's harder for them to hear.
Yep.
And state your full name and spell your first and last name and your status for her, please.
Be Brad, B-R-A-D, Siegfried, S-I-E-G-F-R-I-E-D, and I'm a sergeant with Des Moines County Sheriff's Office.
Okay, raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, dude.
Thank you, sir.
Sergeant, will you just explain your training education experience for the commission, please?
Of course, graduated high school, went to college, went to Western, graduated with a bachelor's degree, got hired on at the Sheriff's Office, went through the Law Enforcement Academy back in '01, and from there I've been in the Narcotics Task Force, been through lots of training there, investigative training, interview training, and everything that goes with narcotics work. After I got out of there, I was back on the road for a few years. I went into our civil section, did all our civil service at the Sheriff's Office for several years, at which time last year, just a little over a year ago, got promoted to a sergeant. That's where I've been for the last year.
What are your duties and responsibilities as a sergeant for the Des Moines County Sheriff's Office?
I work under Lieutenant McEwen. He's my lieutenant, which over the patrol unit. I work mainly nights, see mainly second, third shift, who mainly I supervise.
Were you a sergeant in February of 2020?
Yes.
So I understand that you were promoted about a year ago. Did you directly supervise Deputy Waterman at any time?
I don't think I directly yeah, I did. He worked second shift when I was a sergeant.
No issues with him while you were working on
None at
second
all.
shift? No disciplinary issues that you're aware of in his background?
None.
How did you become involved in this matter?
After the incident occurred, I believe on the 13th, after the mediation happened with Lieutenant McEwen, he notified all of us what was going on, at which time I kind of had, lack of better words, an ear in it, and then my direct involvement came with the administrative interview.
And that was the interview on February 25th, 2020?
Yes.
And just because we have a court report, we'll just wait till I get the question out of the way.
Sorry.
What kind of investigation were you asked to assist with in this case?
Investigate, do the interview, the administrative interview, and investigate if the allegations against Deputy Whitaker, that there was 3 complainants. I was trying to validate if there was actually these 3 complainants, to validate the complaint against him.
And what was the purpose for trying to identify the names of those individuals?
It wasn't so much finding the names, just trying to validate that there was actually 3 complainants that complained to Deputy Waterman about Deputy Whitaker.
We played some of the video yesterday, excuse me, and I'm going to play a portion of it here with you momentarily. Did you assist with writing a report in this case?
Yes.
I've got Exhibit D displayed up on the computer screen, and then there's a white binder there at the witness stand to your right. Do you recognize that document?
Yes.
And have you had an opportunity to review that before your testimony today?
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate copy of the investigative report you assisted with?
Yeah.
I'm going to play a portion of the administrative interview from February 25th, 2020. I'm going to ask you several questions about it. I'm going to start the video at 4:46:29.
And they never filed a formal complaint, they just advised me of the situation.
So 3 people have advised you what?
That there was a violation, or stop signs that was rolled through
How did these 3 people advise you?
by person.
By person?
Mm-hmm.
So these, when did they advise you?
2 to 3 weeks earlier.
I'm sorry, I'm just trying to understand, because Chris and I are coming into this, 2 to 3 weeks earlier was what? Can you just repeat that?
2 to 3 weeks earlier, before the 12th, before the text was sent, correct? Before the text was sent, yeah, on the 12th.
So you're saying that that there was 3 people that came to you all at the same time?
Yeah.
2 to 3 weeks earlier than, when was the text sent on the?
12th, I believe.
I'm going to stop the video at 4:48:16. Did you hear there where Deputy Waterman indicated that 2 to 3 weeks prior to February 12th, 2020, a group, he answered yeah to your question, was a group, came to him and made the allegations concerning Deputy Whitaker?
Yes.
And you heard that at the time?
Yes.
What did you make of it, if anything, when you heard that from him?
That the original messages was that 3 different people had came to Deputy Whitaker, and now he's saying that a group of people came to him.
You mean that 3 different people that came to Deputy Waterman?
Oh, that's what I mean, excuse me, yes, Deputy Waterman.
And how did he originally indicate to Lieutenant McCune and to Deputy Whitaker that they came to him to report these allegations concerning Deputy Whitaker?
Originally, the text message said that 3 separate individuals.
And then later on in the interview, and for time's sake, I'm not going to play that portion of the video for you, but Lieutenant Williams, which we played yesterday, asked a question whether these individuals came to Deputy Waterman separately, together, in a group, and he also answered in a group.
Yes.
Was that one of the statements that he made that you believed was false?
I believe so, yes.
Why?
His story has changed several times from the start to the time when I had interviewed him, that it was a group and then it was separate, and it was inconsistent.
I'm gonna play the video again, Exhibit S, the 225 administrative interview at 4:48:16.
So you're saying the text was sent on the 12th, and these people came to you 2 to 3 weeks earlier, and what did they say?
He advised me that there was a Deputy Whitaker, going through the stop signs. And I have been stressing school safety. Talked to the student staff. I've talked to the students about making complete stops at the stop signs. I've stood out there at the stop signs. And they were getting better at making complete stops. And there's times that was sitting in my squad car. And they apparently didn't see me sitting in the squad car, but they would, and that's when I started talking to different students.
So, why, I guess to go back, who are the three people?
They asked to remain anonymous.
Who are the three people that complained on Deputy Whitaker?
They asked to remain anonymous.
Okay. So who are the three people?
They asked to remain anonymous.
So you're going to hold your feet down that three people complaining about a simple stop sign violation is worthy enough not to tell your supervisor who the three people are?
Yes, they asked.
Let's stop the video at 4:49:56. So you asked him several times, not just there, but throughout the interview, for the names of the three people, and he did not provide them to you, correct?
Correct.
And was that factored into your recommendation for disciplinary action against Deputy Waterman?
Absolutely.
Had you, at that time, been aware that Lieutenant McEwen had also ordered Deputy Waterman to identify who those three individuals were?
Yes.
What were you thinking when he would not identify the names of those individuals to you?
I was thinking that there was no individuals.
Okay, you actually have some conversation with him about that, right?
Yes,
Were you watching his body language during the course of the interview?
I was.
Did you notice anything of significance to you?
I noticed that when speaking with Al, that when I thought he was saying something that was truthful, that it was easy to say, and every time when asking him to try to pin down a location or who these individuals was, his demeanor was different, and he would not answer the questions the same, as if he was trying to recall what he had previously said or make something up.
You testified earlier that you have some training in interview and interrogation. Will you just explain for the commission that training?
I've been through the one that stands out, read, interrogation, and interview school. I've interviewed and interrogated hundreds of people through my career in the law and patrol and during my time as an investigator.
Does the read, interview, and interrogation training cover body language and other behaviors that are deceptive?
They do.
And was Deputy Waterman showing any actions, such as body language, that indicated to you that he was being deceptive?
I believe he was, yes.
Could you just explain to the commission what those were?
When speaking with him, you could just see that he would pause when he would appear to be making something up or trying to recall what he was wanting to say or had said previously. There was times he just didn't say anything, as if he was trying to recall what he had previously said.
You've had conversations with Deputy Waterman before February 25th, 2020, right?
Yes,
Have you ever seen him talk like that before?
I have not. He's usually always been talkative.
Is that abnormal for him in your experience?
I think so, yes.
So in your communications with Deputy Waterman during the interview on February 25th, 2020, do you recall a statement being made that he was sticking to the story?
Yes,
Did you make anything of that statement?
I did. Over my years, when interviewing people and they say they're sticking to their story, the majority of the time that story is disproved because that's simply what it is, a story. It's not, when you're telling the truth, you're not making a story up. The majority of the time it's always been proven false.
There's a comment that he makes in response to a question on the video, and again, for time's sake, we're not going to play the whole thing, but he says, "I don't know." Is there any significance to you in the context of when you're asking a question and he responds, and I believe this was in the context of asking for details regarding the individuals, and he says, I don't know. Is there any significance to you as somebody with interview and interrogation training?
Absolutely. When I asked it numerous times through the interview, trying to, and I feel that it was obvious what I was trying to do was pin down some sort of specific place, time, to validate the story of three individuals, whether it be in the concourse or in front of my office or in my office, and at no time could Waterman or Al ever give those specifics, yet he could remember the people who he talked to and what they said, but never, through the whole course of my interview with him, could he ever give me a specific place that he talked to somebody, because I feel that he knew I was going, the whole purpose was to pin that down so the video could be reviewed to validate this story. And at every turn, it was, I don't know, or I can't remember.
So you addressed an issue with him where he brought up a student that asked about two deputies being at the school. You remember that part of the conversation?
I do.
And he remembered the student coming to him, what was said between him and the student, and asking about Deputy Whitaker. You remember that?
I do.
And you asked him a series of questions about how he could remember the details of that student providing him information, but not the three individuals that approached him allegedly and asserted that Deputy Whitaker were rolling through three stop signs. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Was there any significance to you why you were asking those questions and what your issues were with those statements?
I was trying to be able to validate some way the story that he was telling me, and the only way for me to validate at that time was to get a location somewhere where I could prove this on video throughout the school, at which time I was unable to do so. He either didn't recall or didn't remember.
Did you, during this interview, ask him how he could remember the details regarding the conversation with the student that asked about there being two deputies at the school versus why he couldn't remember the details of the conversation with the three individuals and where that happened at?
I did. I specifically asked Al that I found it odd that he could remember the exact conversation he had with this individual, but yet could not remember where it had happened at.
And he had told you earlier, and then later in the conversation, he had answered a question to Lieutenant Williams that these individuals came to him as a group, right?
Yes.
So did you believe what Al was telling you in that interview?
I did not. I did not believe him.
Do you believe what Al is saying today?
No.
So after the interview, were you a part of any conversations amongst command staff where it was discussed how the investigation will proceed, or recommendations or proposals as far as disciplinary action in this case?
Yes.
Was Sheriff Johnstone a participant in those communications?
Yes, he was.
What did Sheriff Johnstone say about this after the interview and the command staff was discussing what to do with this matter?
We discussed this numerous times, and the discussion always is how can we get through this, and ultimately, without getting to know if he was lying or not, there was no way to get through it. Was my feelings and discussion about it, without Al coming clean and either giving us something that this could be proven, or just coming clean with the lies that's been said. There is, in my opinion, there is no way to get through it. I don't know how you fix that.
Did he ever show any remorse for the insubordination with either you, Lieutenant Williams, or Lieutenant McCune?
Never.
What about apologize for his conduct?
Has never yet apologized.
And the insubordination from the very start, I mean, you were pretty much direct with him that you believe he violated those policies, right?
Yes,
I mean, you started out the interview asserting that those policies were violated.
yes,
So the question for you at that time was really the dishonesty issue, right?
yes.
Were there any other discussions that, about trying to retain Al as an employee that you recall?
Absolutely.
What were those discussions?
We talked amongst ourselves numerous times about how can we retain Al. Just as everybody's heard, he's been basically no issues, and he's always done a decent job. But moving forward, there was some serious trust issues, obviously among the command staff, and obviously we're in a small office, and word gets shuffled around, and there was concerns with the whole office of trust issues.
When you say trust issues, are you talking about trust inside the office?
Yes,
What about public trust?
if we can't trust somebody within our own office, the public's not going to trust them, and it's a whole image that obviously we work hard because we need the public's trust, and if we can't have that, we're not going to have much at all.
Was there anything discussed about Brady, Giglio, and the ability to prosecute criminal cases?
There was.
What was discussed about that?
And I'm not an expert on it, but it was brought up that if he's shown or found to have lied, that this is something that would probably have to be discussed with the county attorney and brought up, and maybe put on that list. So every time he would have to testify, this would be brought up in court that he has been found to have lied to his command staff, and it would basically be in the public. So every defense attorney would have that.
Did you ultimately make a recommendation in this case?
I did.
What was your recommendation?
To terminate Al.
Can you just explain to the commission your reasoning and rationale for that?
I kind of hit some of it there, but if I don't know how to fix somebody who has lied and not come forth with their lie. If I think you can work past somebody who has said that I was wrong, this is wrong, amidst to what he has done. None of that has ever happened, and I just don't see how you can move past that and trust an individual. And for a supervisor to be able to trust the people working underneath of you is huge. If you're asking somebody to do something and you can't trust them, I don't know how we get past that.
Would you have ultimately been one of the supervisors on patrol that would have been responsible for Al if he was retained as a deputy?
I would have been.
Did you have any concerns about that then?
Absolutely.
Was this an easy decision for you?
No, it's been I've only been a supervisor for a year, and it's been terrible.
Do you have anything else that you want the commission to know?
Just that obviously you have the videos to watch through the videos, and it's in my eyes, it's obvious the deception that Al has to continuously fabricate this story of there's 3 individuals, and at no time did he ever give anything to support these 3 individuals. There was at no time anything provided by him to support this, besides he says there's 3.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Sergeant, what would you expect Al to give to support this?
Anything to corroborate.
Yeah, tell me what that would be.
their location, something that we could go back and say, okay, yep, he's talking to these 3 individuals.
And that would allow you to identify the individuals, wouldn't it?
Not exactly, no.
How wouldn't it?
That I'm sure you've seen the cameras. I don't know that you could identify anybody on those cameras.
You can identify people on the cameras, you can see them.
Yeah, you could see that there's 3 people, and that's what we're trying to validate, that there was 3 people.
So that's all you want to know, was there was 3 people. You didn't want to know the names or who they were.
Ultimately, it would be nice to know the 3 people, so you could actually go talk to them and discuss, did this actually happen? But anything would have helped.
Well, what can Al give you that wouldn't identify the people? You're saying that there would be video, but you couldn't tell who the kids were on the video.
To start with, when asked, he could have informed Lieutenant McEwen that these were 3 high school kids. They're seniors. They something on those lines. He did not give any of that information to Lieutenant McEwen when Lieutenant McEwen asked, or if they were whatever. I believe he asked if they were students, faculty, any of that. He did not provide any of that.
And when did Lieutenant McEwen ask for that?
When?
Yeah.
I don't remember, either in his on the 17th or not the 17th, the 13th or the 18th, I believe.
And where did he ask for that at? Where were they at when that took place?
Well, he was once in the office and once in his truck, I believe.
Now, tell me about the specialized training you have and telling if people are being honest or not.
I went to Reed interrogation school.
How long did that interrogation school last?
Oh, that school was back when I was in the task force, so that would have been back in 2000 and I'm just gonna say 5 or 6.
And going through school, did they teach you how to listen to questions that were asked?
Yeah.
Because my question was, how long did it last, not when did it take place? How long did it last?
Week maybe?
And what follow-up training have you done after that?
I haven't did anything with Reed, no.
And who taught this class to you?
Reed.
Who?
Reed.
That's the person's name, Reed?
That is the associate's name, yes.
And what training does this person have?
I don't know what his training is.
So some guy named Reed told you what to look for when you're interviewing people.
It's a well-known interrogation school.
And specifically, what do you look for then when you're interrogating people to determine if they're being honest or not?
Try to look for body language,
Such as what?
what their demeanor. Does their demeanor change? How they answer their questions.
Okay, well, what demeanor are you? You're giving out a lot of very broad definitions here. Let's talk about specifics. What are you looking for specifics?
Just if you watch somebody and their demeanor changes, if they go and continuously pause, or one thing they do is if they're looking in the air like this, or if they're looking down, a lot of those are indicators. If somebody can't look at you when they're speaking to you, is an indicator.
Okay, what else are indicators?
Top of my head, without happening, I guess I really don't know.
And you said that Al made the response that he was sticking to a story. He said that throughout the interview, correct?
He said it once, yes.
And he said that response that he wasn't gonna give the names of the people, right?
Yes.
And you said that Al's story changed several times. Tell me how his story changed.
This story changed from there being 3 separate people to a group of 3 people. That there was 3 stop sign violations. That no, there was only actually 2. I observed the third. The story had changed.
There's 2 examples then that you've given me, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And that changed from describing the text that was sent to the interview, right?
Yep.
I have no other questions.
I have no other questions for Sergeant Siegfried unless you guys have any questions.
No, thank you.
Thank you. This time I call Kevin Glendenning.
Kevin, would you please turn toward the court recorder? She has a hard time hearing sometimes in here, and also we're video.
Yes, ma'am.
So if you will state your full name and spell your first and last name as well as your position.
My name is Kevin, K-E-V-I-N, and last name is Glendenning, G-L-E-N-D-E-N-I-N-G, and I'm a sergeant with the Des Moines County Sheriff's Office.
Can you raise your right hand, please?
Yes.
You swear to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir.
Please describe your education and training experience for the commission, please, Sergeant.
Yes, I am a high school graduate. I attended SEC, the Criminal Justice Program. I was then hired to be a deputy sheriff with the Des Moines County Sheriff's Office. I've been there for just over 19 years. During that time, I have worked patrol operations. I worked as an investigator. I'm now currently a sergeant. I was promoted about a little over a year ago. The trainings I've received, I've been a field training officer. I've been a tactical operator, team leader, supervisor, and commander training. I've been a defensive tactics instructor, precision driving instructor, numerous other leadership development trainings throughout the years.
You were promoted to the role of sergeant a year ago. We just described your duties and responsibilities as a sergeant for the Des Moines County Sheriff's Office.
I'm a sergeant within the patrol operations, so I would oversee patrol deputies, supervise them, assist them in their duties. Along with those duties, I'm given other tasks to handle within the administration and the sheriff's office. That would include budgeting expenses and other training items.
Do you have any responsibilities regarding the policy manual?
Yes, I do.
Will you explain to the commission what your responsibilities are for that?
the sheriff's office implemented the Lexipol training or policy and training manual. We started that about June or July of 2019, almost a year ago. And I was, I guess you'd call it a project manager. I was implementing that, the policies as we developed them within the department.
What is Lexipol?
Lexipol is a company that develops public safety and law enforcement specific policies. Their focus is for them to be legally defensible, also current with current case law, federal law, state law, consistent with Iowa state law, and current police practices.
Are they consistent with national standards too?
Yes, they are.
Can you just describe the process that the sheriff's office went for rolling out and implementing the new policy manual in 2019?
Yes, so Lexipol develops these policies, but they still require you to go through them as an office. So we developed a work group, several of us within the department, command staff along with deputies and clerical staff would review policies and make sure that they were within our department's operations. We would do several of these a week, and as we made them fit our operations, we would disperse them to the deputies and other employees, the clerical staff at the sheriff's office. That would be done through a website. Lexipol has a website, so it's very easy with today's technology to be able to access. They also have a smartphone app where it gives notification that the policy's been dispersed or ready for their review, both by email, department email, and then the smartphone app, and then they are able to review and acknowledge the policies for that week.
What can you do on the smartphone app as far as the policy manual? Can you pull up a policy on your phone and review it?
Yes, you can.
Could you do that in February of 2020?
Yes.
Are all deputies given access to the website and the app?
Yes, they are.
With regard to the policy manual, I've got Exhibit P displayed up on the computer screen. Do you recognize what that policy is?
Yes, it is.
What policy is it?
That is our personnel complaints policy.
Have you reviewed that policy prior to today?
Yes, I have.
Is that a fair and accurate copy of the policy that was in effect for the sheriff's office in February of 2020?
Yes, it is.
Is that same policy still in effect?
Yes, it is.
You mentioned here a moment ago a policy acknowledgement page. Turn your attention to Exhibit R, page 75. You recognize what that document is?
Yes, it is. Yes, I do.
What is it?
That is the review and acknowledgement documentation for Deputy Waterman. So the site or the platform documents when the issue date is of the policy, and you'll see on the right side, the second column in would be the issue date. So that'd be the date that is actually ready for their review and acknowledgement. And then the acknowledgement date would be the date that they actually reviewed and acknowledged that they had read and understood the policy.
I'm going to scroll down on page 75 of Exhibit R. Do you see the three? The standards.
It's a little bit lower.
There we go. Can you all see the? Yes. Do you see the standards of conduct policy listed there?
Yes, I do.
There's two versions of that. Can you explain why there's two versions there?
So the site, the platform documents anytime that there's a change to the policy. So the first version would have been issued on October the 8th, and then it shows an acknowledgement from Deputy Waterman on October the 9th. And then a second version, and that can be something as simple as if there is a typographical error within the policy that I might have seen later, or a misspelling that I went back and changed. That anytime that there's any kind of edit to that policy, it documents it, so it can show what policy was in effect at certain times. So what that would show is that the policy was reissued on January the 5th, and then acknowledged by Deputy Waterman on January the 14th, and that would be the current policy.
So on October 8th, 2019, it was originally issued. He acknowledged it on October 9th, 2019. A revision takes place and is reissued on January 5th, 2020, and then he acknowledged that on January 14th, 2020.
Yes.
I'm gonna turn your attention to page 2, Exhibit R, page 76. And I'm gonna direct your attention to the 1010 policy. You see that?
Yes, I do.
What date was that issued?
The policy was issued on January 28th, 2020, and was acknowledged on January 28th, 2020 by Deputy Waterman.
I'm gonna pull up Exhibit O for you here. Do you recognize this document?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
That's the Des Moines County Sheriff's Office Standards of Conduct Policy.
And was this policy in effect in February of 2020?
Yes, it was.
Fair and accurate copy of the policy?
Yes, it is.
And these are all kept in the regular course of business, right?
Yes, they are.
And these policies are the same ones that are available on the app?
Yes, they are.
I'd like to direct your attention to 1010.3 of the Personnel Complaints Policy. I'm going to highlight a portion here for you. I'll ask you to read that out loud.
It's titled Personnel Complaints. Personnel complaints include any allegation of misconduct or improper job performance that, if true, would constitute a violation of office policy or federal, state, or local law, policy, or rule. Personnel complaints may be generated internally or by the public.
So there was some testimony from Lieutenant McCune about his obligation to investigate an allegation of misconduct concerning Deputy Whitaker. As the person that was in charge for the policy manual, can you just explain this portion of the policy for the commission?
Reference his obligation to investigate.
Correct.
The allegation came to Deputy McCune through Deputy Whitaker, or I'm sorry, to Lieutenant McCune through Deputy Whitaker himself. The allegation in this case had a heightened severity because it was 3 complainants who said that something that a deputy did in a patrol vehicle was not right. The allegation was concerning to Deputy Whitaker enough that he brought it to the attention of Lieutenant McCune, who then would have an obligation to investigate that.
And that's covered later on in the policy about a supervisor's responsibility, right?
Yes, it is.
So with regard to the policy itself, it's the policy of the sheriff's office that if there's an allegation, you're going to look into it, right?
Yes.
And when this policy was drafted, and it does detail later in the policy by Lexipol, it actually references Iowa Code Section 80F.1. Are you familiar with that section?
Yes, I am.
What is that code?
That would be the Peace Officer Bill of Rights.
You testified earlier that you were a field training officer. Did you have Deputy Waterman as one of your trainees?
Yes, I did.
Will you just explain to the commission what all the field training program at the Sheriff's Office entailed when you trained Deputy Waterman?
Yes, our field training program, it consists of 4 steps, and during those steps, we have typically 3 assigned field training officers. The primary field training officer would take a newly hired deputy during step 1, and that's kind of the orientation phase where we want the deputy to be completing about 25% of the work, but really learning by observing, watching the primary field training officer and how they do things and learning from them. They then would move to step 2 with another deputy, and they would be completing about 50% of the workload, still learning by observing, but also doing more. Step 3 progresses up to about 75% of the workload, and that's with a third field training officer. And then in step 4, they go back to the original primary field training officer, and they're doing 100% of the workload. We call that like the shadow phase, or where they're doing 100% of the work, and we actually put our primary field training officer into plain clothes so that the uniformed deputy can complete the task and be the deputy that's in charge of handling the calls for service.
Deputy Waterman was hired by the Sheriff's Office in September of 2014. And was he assigned to you as a trainee?
Yes, he was.
How long did you have him for?
I don't recall the exact amount of time. Our typical field training is going to be 4 steps of 3 weeks. Deputy Waterman was a certified officer from West Burlington. With certified officers, we do shorten that phase because there's certain areas that don't need the level of training that would a newly hired deputy. So it would have been shortened.
And then as a sergeant, did you have the opportunity in the past year or so to supervise Deputy Waterman at all?
Yes, I did.
Did you ever have any performance issues with Deputy Waterman?
No.
No issues with his disciplinary record or anything like that?
No, I did not.
I want to ask you, just for the commission's benefit, how did you become involved in this matter?
I was initially involved in this matter on February 12th. I guess I was made aware of the matter. I wouldn't say that I was involved, but I was made aware of the matter through a phone call from Deputy Whitaker.
And tell the commission about that telephone call.
On February 12th, Deputy Whitaker called me, advised me of the message he received that there was an allegation of wrongdoing or complaint against him. Just informed me of the situation that had happened. I informed Deputy Whitaker that Lieutenant McCune was their direct supervisor, both for him and Deputy Waterman, and he should call Lieutenant McCune or make contact with Lieutenant McCune and advise him of the situation so that he could look into it.
Was Lieutenant McCune on duty on the 12th of February?
I can't say for certain if he was on duty on the 12th. I know he was on the 13th because that's when that allegation was discussed further with Lieutenant McCune.
And I know that you had indicated that you had a telephone conversation with Deputy Whitaker. Was there anything else that was discussed other than, you should take this up with Lieutenant McCune?
No.
Did you have any other involvement in this process? You weren't an investigator or anything like that?
No, I was not.
How many members of the command staff are there for the Moines County Sheriff's Office?
There are 6 members.
And how many of those members are sergeants?
2 of them.
And how many members are lieutenants?
2 lieutenants.
There's Chief Deputy and Sheriff Johnson, right?
Yes, sir.
So eventually, were you asked to take a look at the evidence in this case?
Yes, we had, we hold normal command staff meetings, briefings, and during that time, we had discussions reference this ongoing issue.
Will you explain to the commission what those discussions were for their benefit, please?
We discussed the issues at hand, the violations of policy, the concerns moving forward, the specifics of how to handle that and what would be the appropriate level of discipline to move forward with this.
Did that occur after the interview on February 25, 2020?
Yes.
And what did you review once you were asked to provide an opinion in this case?
At that time, I was aware of the situation through the information that I guess was being relayed to me, both through discussions with Lieutenant McCune, through discussions with Sergeant Siegfried and Lieutenant Williams, as well as their reports and videos of those incidents.
So during this meeting, was Sheriff Johnstone involved at all?
Yes, he was.
What did Sheriff Johnstone say about this incident?
The Sheriff Johnstone's opinion and the opinion of the entire command staff is that we wanted to reach a resolution in this. We wanted to retain Al as a deputy. That was our goal. But to be able to move forward, we needed honesty. We hadn't had it throughout the process. And that was the goal, is to reach a level of honesty so that we could fix the situation, so we could apply corrective action and handle the situation appropriately. But to do that, we needed to have honesty to be able to move forward.
Were there any options discussed about what you could do as far as dealing with this issue with Al?
Yes, if we were able to reach that level, we discussed the options of moving Deputy Waterman back into patrol and how we could accomplish that through some ethics counseling, through some additional monitoring, and the possibility of the use of body cams, additional recordings.
Were there any other options discussed that you can recall today?
As far as
Options of, such as like a last chance agreement?
yes, we talked about a last chance agreement as moving him back into patrol, putting him back as a deputy. That was another option that was discussed at that time.
What were the conditions, though, that were discussed amongst the command staff to be able to get to that point?
To get to that point, we had to be able to resolve the situation. We felt that there was a issue with trust and credibility, and we really wanted to be able to move past that. But to be able to achieve that, we really felt we had to have honesty. I think we clearly had a documented situation where there had been dishonesty, where there had been a fabricated statement about alleged wrongdoing, and we needed to be able to fix that situation with the deputy and to be able to serve the public properly. We had to show that we could be comfortable with putting Deputy Waterman back out to serve the public as a deputy. And to achieve that, we had to have honesty to be able to move forward. That was, I think, across the board, that was very important.
Was anything discussed about the insubordination issue?
Yes.
What was discussed?
The feeling was that the insubordination was concerning, and as the insubordination is really, I guess, what triggered this into being the formal investigation, if you will, from the time that he was insubordinate with Lieutenant McCune. That was concerning, but it was also that the insubordination was really to cover up the fact that these 3 witnesses didn't exist. The insubordination was covering up that issue, and we had to have truth. We wanted to give him the ability to come forward and be honest with the sheriff, with the chief deputy in that pre-disciplinary hearing, and with that, we wanted to move forward with Deputy Waterman.
So in these discussions regarding that pre-disciplinary hearing with Chief Deputy, Lieutenant McCune, Sheriff Johnstone, was Deputy Waterman given an opportunity, to your knowledge, to come forward, present information?
Yes, he was.
And did he show any remorse, anything like that?
No, he did not.
What was discussed amongst the command staff following the administrative hearing?
We continued our discussions, and there continued to be discussions of options, but in the end, we reached a point where we felt like we could no longer keep Deputy Waterman as a deputy. His reluctance to be forthcoming with truthful information was very concerning to us. And to allow him to continue as a deputy and to serve the public was just something we weren't willing to do at that point.
And why was that?
We have a responsibility to maintain public trust, to serve the public. It was clear that he had made these allegations, he had made these statements of these witnesses coming to him, and that was disproven on video. And it was very clear that did not occur the way Deputy Waterman said that this situation had occurred. He had made up witnesses, and he had made up allegations that weren't supported by the surveillance video. That was concerning to us, that we're responsible for enforcing the law, and to do that, you can't fabricate witnesses and say that things occurred that didn't occur.
So you talked a little bit about some of the concerns that were discussed. I want to go back a little bit with you and talk about the different options that were in place, and we talked a little bit about conditions. Were any of those conditions that were discussed prior to the administrative hearing amongst the command staff met by Deputy Waterman?
No, they were not.
And why was it important that those be met?
We didn't feel that we could correct the action or correct the issue, that we couldn't move forward both with the credibility and the morale within the department, with Deputy Waterman as a command staff, and with the public trust of our citizens, without acknowledgement of this issue and this concern. And we had to reach that point to be able to move forward.
Were you aware that Deputy Waterman tried to justify the insubordination by claiming that it was a bona fide excuse, and that being that his morals, his word, his statement to the alleged 3 individuals that they asked to remain anonymous, that's what his defense was to that charge of insubordination?
I was aware that he brought that up during one of his interviews.
What did you make of that?
When we receive personnel complaints, we have a policy in place that when those complaints are received, you're required to pass that on, immediately notify a supervisor. It is a supervisor's responsibility to invest personnel complaints. It's not a deputy level's responsibility to investigate that. And this is the reason, so that the deputy or the supervisor can validate the complaint, and they can handle it appropriately. That is the job of our supervisors, and that's the way this should have been handled. To say that he had a bona fide or just some level of justification to withhold that, he had no authority and didn't have the right to, under our policy, to accept that complaint. Our policy requires him to pass on those complaints to be handled appropriately by a supervisor.
I'm going to direct your attention to Exhibit P. Page 2. I'm going to highlight a portion here for you. You see that up on the computer screen?
Yes, I do.
Is that the provision of the policy that you're referring to?
Yes.
Now, it indicates right below that under 1010.3.2 subsection C that supervisors shall initiate a complaint based on observed misconduct or received from any source alleging misconduct that, if true, could result in disciplinary action, right?
Yes.
In subsection D, it indicates that anonymous and third-party complaints should be accepted and investigated to the extent that sufficient information is gathered, correct?
Yes.
So in this case, Deputy Waterman had made allegations concerning Deputy Whitaker that he allegedly received from 3 anonymous sources. He provided no information to Lieutenant McCune on February 18th of 2020, right?
Correct.
Then in the administrative interview on February 25th, he provides some additional details indicating that they were 3 high school male students from the Minneapolis schools, right?
Yes, I believe so.
He had originally indicated that this conduct, these people came to him, approached him on February 12th, 2020, right?
Yes.
And that was the statements that he had made to Deputy Whitaker and Lieutenant McCune, both, correct?
Yes, he did.
Were you aware that Lieutenant Williams went back with Lieutenant McCune and reviewed the surveillance camera system at the Minneapolis schools for the videos from February 12th, 2020?
Yes, I am.
Were you aware that during his administrative interview on February 25th, Deputy Waterman claimed that he had a conversation with these 3 individuals on February 17th, 2020?
Yes.
And that conversation occurred on the school grounds?
Yes.
Were you aware that Lieutenant Williams went back to the school Chief Deputy Grimshaw went to the school to obtain the video from February 17th during the time that Deputy Waterman was on duty at the basketball game?
Yes, I am.
So the policy again states that anonymous and third-party complaints should be accepted and investigated to the extent that sufficient information is provided, right?
Yes, it does.
So in this case, did the Sheriff's Office under the policy have sufficient information to investigate the allegations concerning Deputy Whitaker allegedly rolling through 3 stop signs?
No, they did not. And the anonymous complaint is within the supervisor level. The supervisor is able to investigate that, and at that point, very well may decide that this person's going to remain anonymous within my knowledge, and it would go on. That the policy also states that if you receive a complaint as a deputy, you're to provide sufficient contact information for that supervisor to make contact with that person.
So if there's an anonymous complaint against the deputy, and you receive that as a supervisor, then you as a supervisor become the complainant under the policy, right?
Yes.
And that's the way the policy is designed, correct?
Yes.
So just looking at the provision there, supervisor shall initiate a complaint under 1010.3.2 subsection C, right?
I'm sorry, which section are you referring to?
Exhibit P, page 70,
Yes.
or page 2 of that, excuse me, and it's a subsection C right under there.
Yes.
So the intent of the policy is that as a supervisor, you can receive that anonymous complaint. You have responsibility as a supervisor then to document the complaint on a complaint form, and it's in writing, and then you step into the shoes of the anonymous party, right?
Yes.
And that's to protect the anonymous person, right?
Yes, it is.
And then that person's name and information would not be disclosed, right?
Correct.
So in a criminal case, if you were to issue me a citation, or if you were to issue anybody a citation, or if you were going to make an arrest, they're going to be notified of who the accuser is, right?
Yes, they would have that right.
Because it's a criminal case, right?
Yes.
So under the policy, and based on your understanding, and I'm not going to quiz you on case law or the Peace Officer Bill of Rights, but under the policy then, would a deputy, because this is an employment matter, have the right to receive the name of an anonymous complainant against them?
Not if it's not a criminal investigation. In this case, it wouldn't be on our level of the investigation. This would be an investigation of wrongdoing within the policy.
So there is a mechanism in the policy then to protect the identity of an anonymous source.
Yes.
Why wasn't that followed in this particular case?
The complaint became generated on February 12th, and to be quite honest, it's been proven that the complaints don't exist. That no complainants came to Deputy Waterman on February 12th as he reported that they did. So the complainants in the end, they don't exist. But even the generation of the complaint, had it been factual, that would have been required to have been passed on to a supervisor. In this case, it would have likely been Lieutenant McHugh.
So let's take that to the next point then. You're familiar with the Peace Officer Bill of Rights, right?
Yes, I am.
Are you aware that in the Peace Officer Bill of Rights, there's a provision allowing a peace officer to pursue legal remedies against somebody, a citizen that makes a false allegation against them?
Yes, I am.
Is that why the policy would require or strongly encourage people to put a complaint down on paper and sign it?
Yes, the policy encourages that.
So with regard to Deputy Waterman receiving these alleged 3 complaints from individuals, he would have to put that down on paper and make the allegation against Deputy Whitaker in theory, right?
Yes, a supervisor would.
Because Deputy Waterman couldn't actually receive that complaint, right?
Correct.
So upon 3 individuals allegedly, assuming we just say for a second that these people actually did come to him, if 3 people did indeed come to Deputy Waterman and say, Deputy Whitaker is rolling through 3 stop signs by the Minneapolis schools, what should he have done under the policy?
He should have immediately notified a supervisor.
And he should have referred those people to a supervisor, right?
Yes.
And he should have told those people, you can remain anonymous with the supervisor, right?
Yes.
So we talked about the policy acknowledgement. January 28th, 2020, Deputy Waterman acknowledged that he reviewed this policy, right?
Yes, I believe that was the date.
The incident that gave rise to this entire thing occurred on February 12th of 2020, right?
Yes.
Just days after he acknowledged the policy.
Yes.
Did you ever receive any questions from Deputy Waterman regarding the 1010 policy?
No, I didn't.
Why is it important for a complaint to follow the process through the 1010 policy as a deputy sheriff?
So that they're properly handled, and for situations such as this, the complaint should be processed through the supervisory levels so that they can handle it appropriately and within the policy.
double check my notes here, but I believe that I have the correct policy provision that's up here on the screen. One of the policy provisions that was cited as far as the insubordination charge against Deputy Waterman indicated that a defense to that charge would be a reasonable, bona fide excuse. Are you aware of that?
Yes.
That'd be the 320.3 policy. I apologize, I was on the wrong page here.
It was right there. If you go
Yeah.
back down.
Exhibit O, page 1, and I'm going to highlight this portion, which states, members shall comply with lawful directives and orders from any office, supervisor, or person in a position of authority, absent a reasonable and bona fide justification. So there's actually two elements to that. It has to be reasonable, and it has to be a bona fide justification, right?
Correct.
So Deputy Waterman's alleged offense in the case for that charge of insubordination is that these individuals asked to remain anonymous. Is that, under the 320.3 policy, a reasonable and bona fide justification?
No, it's not.
Does it say that you can ask to remain anonymous and that's a justification for failing to obey a direct order from a supervisor?
No, it does not.
Is that allowed anywhere in the policy manual to your knowledge?
No, it's not.
How long have you been in law enforcement?
Just over 19 years.
In your 19 years in law enforcement, have you ever seen where another law enforcement officer would refuse to provide the names of somebody that's making, allegedly, complaints of traffic violations against another officer?
No, and specifically not to a supervisor tasked with the duty of inquiring into that issue.
Is that odd to you that that happened in this case?
Yes, it is.
Why?
The duty of a supervisor is to look into this. He's going to need to perform accurate investigations and maintain a good work environment. We have to be able to have deputies have to be forthcoming with information. We have to be able to perform accurate investigations to run the office. In this situation, that didn't occur. But to be quite honest, it's because the complainants don't exist, because they didn't come to him in the way that he said they did, or at all on February 12th in the time frame that he reported.
So you mentioned earlier that you believe that the insubordination was to cover the dishonesty.
Yes.
So we have a policy here that indicates, just back to that reasonable bona fide justification. In that provision, it says a lawful directive and order from any office supervisor. So February 18th, 2020, it's been shown and admitted that Deputy Waterman was given at least 3 direct orders to identify the names of the individuals who allegedly approached him, saying that Deputy Whitaker rolled through 3 stop signs on February 12th, 2020. It says lawful directives. So, as a reasonable and bona fide justification, if a supervisor issued an unlawful order, would that count as a reasonable and bona fide justification under the policy?
No, it wouldn't.
An unlawful order.
Say that again, I'm sorry.
If a supervisor issued an unlawful order under the policy, would that count as a reasonable and bona fide justification?
Yes, absolutely. To violate policy, violate state, federal law, to put yourself in unreasonable harm's way, then yeah, you wouldn't be required to follow an order. That would be a reasonable and bona fide justification to me.
So if the United States Supreme Court has said that it's unconstitutional to tase people that are handcuffed and in custody. So if I was your employee and you gave me a direct order to tase a suspect that's in custody and in handcuffs, that would be a reasonable bona fide justification to not obey that order, right?
Yes, I would agree with that.
What you were saying, it sounds like, is that is very narrow category because it'd have to be an unlawful order, right?
Correct.
Do you believe that Lieutenant McCune's direct order from February 18, 2020 was a lawful order?
Yes, I do.
What about Sergeant Siegfried and Lieutenant Williams' orders from February 25th, 2020?
Yes, lawful orders.
So after the administrative hearing, was there another discussion amongst the command staff about what to do with Deputy Waterman?
There were ongoing discussions as this progressed. And are you referring to there's a formal meeting, if you will, where we all got together and spoke about this after the administrative interview?
Correct. Thank you. With regard to those discussions, you discussed a bunch of options, different things that could have happened. Were they all conditioned on Deputy Waterman's conduct?
Yes, they were.
And we're here today because of Deputy Waterman's conduct, right?
Yes, we are.
Were any mitigating factors discussed during these ongoing discussions?
Yes, they were.
What were some of those mitigating factors?
We wanted to retain Deputy Waterman because he had been a positive employee. He'd been with us for approximately 5 years. He was timely, courteous, and to be quite honest, the cost of replacement, the cost of retraining, those are things that you take into consideration. We also have a reduction in service when we lose a deputy. There's also costs involved in these situations moving forward. We considered those as issues.
Was his lack of prior progressive discipline for similar issues considered too?
Yes, that was also brought up.
You mentioned a reduction in service. So with Deputy Waterman's conduct that's at issue in this case, after February 12th of 2020, what happened as far as the service that the Sheriff's Office provides to the public?
We had to rearrange deputies. We had to pull a deputy from patrol and move them into to fill Deputy Waterman's role as a school resource officer. That was an issue for us, trying to make those arrangements and also reduce our staffing levels for patrol.
So you're one of 2 patrol sergeants, right?
Yes.
How many deputies are normally on second shift?
Typically, there would be 2 patrol deputies working with 1 additional supervisor. At times, we'll have 3 deputies working with a supervisor.
Since February 12th of 2020, have you been below that usual staffing level because of Deputy Waterman's conduct?
Because of the arrangement that we made, we lost the staffing level on first shift. So not necessarily on second shift, but on first shift is where we lost we had the reduced staffing.
And you mentioned that another deputy from patrol was pulled to fill the role of the Mediapolis Community School District. Is that because there's a contract with the school district and the county?
Yes.
So the county is contractually obligated to provide a school resource officer?
Yes. And it's an important area for us. We want to have a school resource officer in the school.
During these ongoing discussions with members of command staff, were any aggravating factors discussed?
Yes.
What were those aggravating factors?
We discussed the concerns of Deputy Waterman coming back to the department and the difficulties we would have, the credibility and trust, not just with the command staff, but with the deputies. This was a real concern of being able to move forward and work past this issue. It was something that we were certainly willing to do if we could reach that level of trust with Deputy Waterman being forthcoming with the information and accepting some level of responsibility, expressing remorse so that we could fix the situation and move on. Another major issue that was considered was the credibility issue, the Brady Giglio issue, and reaching that point of having Deputy Waterman's credibility in question and that being part of the mandatory discovery for the defense in criminal prosecutions and through processing cases, that his credibility would be brought into question during future court proceedings, should he participate in those investigations.
So you said that there's usually 2 deputies, maybe a third, and a supervisor on duty on second shift.
Yes.
Deputy Waterman, let's say if he went back to second shift patrol, would that create an issue for the sheriff's office ability to prosecute criminal cases?
It was a very big concern if he had a high level of involvement in cases, in any cases, then that would be likely disclosed to the defense and to the courts, his issues of credibility.
What would the effect of that, in your view, based on the discussions that you had with the command staff, be on the sheriff's office?
The sheriff's office, any one deputy's wrongdoing on anyone's part, we're all lumped together and we're all judged by that, and that's what's so concerning when there is wrongdoing on the behalf of any deputy, because it brings down the entire sheriff's office. That was one of the biggest concerns, and our obligation to maintain public trust moving forward was most important in serving the citizens and making sure that we provide deputies that we can trust and that they can trust and we can stand behind in future incidents as we move forward.
Did Sheriff Johnstone provide any comments that you heard during these ongoing discussions regarding that issue?
Yes, that was paramount for him and all of us. And moving through the process early on in this situation, it was our goal to be able to fix this, to be able to fix the situation, be able to get Deputy Waterman back on as a deputy. But again, to do that, we had to have honesty to be able to move forward.
Did Sheriff Johnstone ultimately ask for your opinion as far as a recommendation on what to do with Deputy Waterman?
Yes.
What did you tell him?
Again, my opinion changed throughout the process. Early on, I think I've been clear about what my opinion was. I wanted to keep Deputy Waterman as a deputy. I wanted to be able to counsel, if you will, through this situation, to be able to get him back into patrol, get him back working, and move forward from this. But the stipulation of the honesty and forthcoming and being able to clean this situation up was important to me as well. So that was my initial recommendation, is we wanted to move forward with the hearing, wanted to have honesty, and it was Sheriff Johnstone's real need to have honesty from Deputy Waterman. That's what he wanted. And then as they moved forward into the pre-disciplinary hearing, that wasn't there. And my recommendation changed at that point, and I didn't feel that we could retain Deputy Waterman as a deputy.
And did you watch the March 20th, 2020 hearing video and audio recording?
Yes, I did.
Were you aware that there was a transcript made?
Yes, I am.
Did you see anything that gave you concern from that administrative hearing?
Yes.
What?
Sheriff Johnstone's the leader of this department, and I saw Sheriff Johnstone speak with Deputy Waterman and be very clear that he wanted to keep him. That there's some real issues, and to be able to do that, Al was going to have to work with him on this and be forthcoming. And Sheriff Johnstone was abundantly clear, and he continued to refuse to truthfully answer questions.
Ultimately, what was your recommendation to Sheriff Johnstone?
For termination.
I have no further questions, thank you.
Yeah, Sergeant, this hearing you've talked about, who was the judge for that hearing?
Which hearing are you referring to, sir?
You just talked about an administrative hearing. How many hearings were there?
So you're referring to, I guess, what I would call a pre-disciplinary hearing.
Yeah, okay. When did that take place?
That would have been March 20th.
Who was the judge?
There was not a judge present.
Did Al have a right to call witnesses and cross-examine witnesses at that hearing?
So I don't know that by code. He has a right to legal counsel. You were present.
Yeah.
He has.
Did we get to cross-examine people and ask questions?
I believe you asked questions at times.
Really?
Yeah.
And so that's your concept of a hearing.
Well, I think you could call it many things. You can call it a informal or a formal gathering, but I guess my reference to it is a hearing. If you don't agree with that reference, I don't know what to tell you, but that's the way I'm going to label it.
That was a hearing
It was a predisciplinary hearing.
with no judge, right? No fact finders, right?
Well, Sheriff Johnson's the leader of this department, and it's his responsibility to look at the facts and the information. And there was a lot of facts presented, and in the end, it was his responsibility to look at that and make determinations on wrongdoing.
And were you the direct supervisor of Deputy Whitaker when he called you on the 13th?
No.
Why did he call you instead of his direct supervisor?
I'm a patrol sergeant. I've worked with Deputy Whitaker for years. I guess you could say he was looking for direction, for advice, how to handle this situation properly. And that was the reason that I gave him the advice that this needed to be handled by his direct supervisor, Lieutenant McCune.
And on the standards of conduct, Rule 320.3, where is the definition of what a reasonable and bona fide justification is?
There's not a specific definition that says definition to it, but if you look down underneath the reasonable and bona fide, it'll give you numerous options of what would be considered reasonable and bona fide. And within that, it'll discuss unlawful orders not consistent with state federal policy or state federal law. It gives different situations for that.
Well, the thing below that is the definition of unlawful or conflicting orders, correct?
Correct.
Is there anywhere in your policy that sets forth the definition for reasonable and bona fide justification pursuant to 320.3?
No, not as a definition.
Now, so you've been involved in this investigation since when?
I was made aware of the investigation on the 12th. I was then, from that point forward, the situation, it was not discussed with me until I was discussed again on the 13th that Lieutenant McCune was handling this as a informal inquiry, was just trying to, I guess, mediate between Deputy Waterman and Deputy Whitaker. It was his goal to be able to settle the situation. He had advised that he was going to give Deputy Waterman until the 18th.
I'm asking, when did you get involved in this?
Well, I guess it depends on
back through.
I guess it depends on the level of involvement. I had knowledge of it, and I was being informed of how things progressed. A actual meeting that we had as a command staff was had following the administrative interview, which was on the 25th.
Did you ever feel that it might be a conflict for you to be involved in that meeting?
I'm a member of the command staff. I saw no conflict with me being involved in that meeting.
Because you're running for sheriff, correct?
That is accurate, yes.
And so is Al, correct?
Al is running for sheriff now. To be quite honest, at the time, I was unaware of his intent to run for sheriff.
When did you become aware of his intent?
Al had discussed months prior, 6 to 8 months prior, he had actually called me and told me that he was considering this, but hadn't made any determination. And until after he was placed on administrative leave, I was not aware that he was actually running for sheriff. I was unaware of that situation, and there was a letter drafted by you, I believe, that indicated that there was some political issue with this, and that was a potential indicator. But then after he was put on administrative leave and he began putting out signs, I assume it was him putting out signs, is when I was, I guess, aware of it.
Well, you would have participated in the meetings with the command staff after that, correct?
Yes.
But you did did not believe that was a conflict?
No.
Okay. And I think prominently one of the people supporting you is Lieutenant McCune, correct?
Yes, Lieutenant McCune does support my run for sheriff.
And you have a Facebook page, I think, with a number of people on it. It must be when you announce you're going to run, and Lieutenant McCune's on there, correct?
I'm sorry, could you be more specific of when I?
Well, sure. Would you like to see a copy of the Facebook page picture?
You said when I announced I was
Well,
going to.
I don't know when you.
I just want to be accurate with what your question is.
Okay. You want to show? I'll just show you the picture. Is that okay?
Okay, sure.
Sure. And Sergeant, I have no idea when that picture was taken.
Sure, I understand.
Sure.
So, yeah, Lieutenant McCune is in this photo.
Okay, and that's just, I assume it just says Glenn Denning for sheriff, bunch of people there, correct?
Yes.
Okay, that's it. And I just want to make sure I understand this because the policy regarding anyone in your office in regard to a violation of law, that applies to whether someone's on duty or off duty, doesn't it?
Yes, deputies are expected to follow the law, whether they're on duty or off duty.
And so if a deputy had violated the law, they would be required to self-report that, wouldn't they?
No, not necessarily. It depends on the level of the violation. For instance, if a deputy fails to signal a turn, I don't want them to self-report that. If there's minor violations of the law, then probably not. There's a lot of specific laws out there, but if there's a heightened concern, if there's an actual complaint made, then I would like to know about that.
So what level of law kicks in that you expect self-reporting or reporting by other deputies?
Well, there's some discretion involved, and when it's you referred to self-reporting, and self-reporting, I don't want to know about minor traffic violations. If there's an ongoing issue, if there's an issue identified, then absolutely, that's something that we need to look into.
Okay, well, let's get on from self-reporting. What about if a deputy knows another deputy is violating the law? Is there any level of offenses that need to be reported and level that do not need to be reported?
Not necessarily by policy. If you become aware of somebody that's doing, of a deputy doing something in violation of the law, then again, I'd say that there's some discretion involved. And if it's an issue, then we need to know about it.
Well, where's the discretion kick in? Because your policy says violation of any state, local law, doesn't it?
Can you show that to me? What you're referring to?
I'll have to find it. It'll take me a few minutes. Looking at 1010.3, it just says violation of policy or federal, state, or local law.
Which exhibit is that?
That's in,
I just want to make sure that I understand the policy as a whole and not just
well,
a small segment of it. Which section was that, sir?
I was looking specifically at 1010.3.
So, without looking at it, the section you're actually looking at, the 1010 policy advises that personnel complaints can be generated by the public or by the general public or internally. So if within a deputy's discretion, they feel like there is an issue, they can certainly start a personnel complaint.
Okay, so as I understand it, then there is discretion built into that policy.
From beginning the complaint, but not when you're receiving a
No,
complaint.
I'm not asking about that. I'm asking about discretion built into the policy. There is discretion built in as far as beginning a complaint.
No, not from receiving a complaint.
Well, no, I'm not asking that. I'm just talking about.
I don't know how to answer your question, sir. When you receive a complaint, you're required to advise a supervisor. And that's different from generating a complaint internally.
Okay, I have no other questions.
Just have a couple follow-up questions for you, Sergeant Glendenning. I'm gonna pull up Exhibit K. Do you recognize what Exhibit K is?
Yes, I do.
And I'll scroll down here for you. What is this?
There's a letter from Mr. Dial to Sheriff Johnstone.
What's the date on the letter?
It is February 21st, 2020.
I'm going to direct your attention to the first paragraph. Indicates that Mr. Dial is going to be representing Deputy Waterman with regard to the formal administrative investigation, right?
Yes.
You testified here a few moments ago that you became aware that there was an issue specified in a letter from Mr. Dial. Is this the letter you're referring to?
Yes, it is.
Is that a fair and accurate copy of the letter?
Yes, it is.
And just looking at the computer screen here, what portion of that letter are you referring to?
It'd be the second to last paragraph or section there.
And I'll just read that out loud. Also, please be advised that from speaking to Deputy Waterman, he believes that other issues may be applicable to these proceedings, including but not limited to a violation of Iowa Code Section 341A.18 and Iowa Code Section 80F.16. Therefore, Deputy Waterman does not waive any further claims which he may have as a result of this action. So that letter is sent on February 21st, 2020, and it's sent to whom?
To Sheriff Johnstone.
You didn't receive a copy of that letter that day, right?
No, I didn't.
So a letter initially notifying Sheriff Johnstone of his representation is immediately making a potential complaint that you were just asked about, right?
Yes.
And at some point in time, do you know when you first read this letter?
It would have probably been within a few days of Sheriff Johnstone receiving it.
So the administrative interview was on what date?
February 25th.
Was this letter read after the administrative interview by you?
I don't recall if I would have read it after or before, but I believe I would have been aware of it.
So that section there that you just referenced, Deputy Waterman was under a formal administrative investigation as of February 18, 2020, right?
Yes.
February 21st, his attorney sends a letter making some allegations, right?
Correct.
What do you make of that from the very outset that issue is raised?
Those issues would refer to political activity and the right to participate in such.
Did you ever raise any political issues in this case?
No, I did not.
Who brought that up first?
That came from a letter from Mr. Dial.
Was politics ever addressed directly to you by Mr. Waterman?
No, it was not.
When did you become aware of Deputy Waterman running for sheriff?
I became aware when he was on administrative leave and campaign signs began to appear. That was how I was informed of that. I had a discussion when Deputy Waterman called me 6 months or so prior. That's an estimate. When he discussed that possibility. But never since then had I been informed that he was going to actually do that.
So he never had said, I'm running for sheriff to you?
No.
And you, prior to him being placed on paid administrative leave on February 18th, 2020, you did not know that he was running for sheriff?
No, I did not.
Didn't receive any kind of notification?
No.
Didn't see any yard signs?
No, I did not.
He didn't tell you he was running for sheriff before that date?
No.
So we talked a little bit about your involvement, and we'll use that word loosely. So from the point that there's the phone call from Deputy Whitaker to you on the February 12th, 2020, you refer him back to his supervisor.
Yes, I did.
And then on February 13th, you testified that Lieutenant McCune made you aware that, in fact, Deputy Whitaker had contacted him regarding this matter.
Yes.
As supervisors, is that common for you to communicate about issues going on in the office?
Yes. Lieutenant McCune is the supervisor of patrol, and we, as a sergeant, I would operate within the patrol division as well. Because of Lieutenant McCune's hours, he works more during the day, and that would be consistent with the hours of the school resource officers as well as our civil division and day shift patrol. So he would be their direct supervisor because he actually works with them during those times.
Why don't you tell the commission what happens when you place a deputy on paid administrative leave?
In what regards?
What happens to the deputy? Are they allowed to perform functions as a Des Moines County Sheriff?
No. When they're put on paid administrative leave, they're advised that there's going to be well, in this case, a formal investigation, and they're advised that they're to not perform any functions of a deputy sheriff at this point.
Why is that?
Because there's a formal investigation that is beginning.
So, in this particular case, you were made aware that there was a formal administrative investigation going on, right?
Yes, as of it would have been the 18th.
During that time, was Deputy Waterman allowed in the sheriff's office without permission?
After the 18th,
Correct.
he was not.
So is that something that you would need to be made aware of as a sergeant?
Yes.
Do you have anything else that you'd like the commission to know?
No, I feel like we've covered it.
I have no further questions.
Sergeant, you were not present during the interview on February 25th at the Sheriff's Department of Albury.
I was not in the interview room, no.
Well, Al wouldn't have known. Well, you didn't participate in the interview, did you?
No, I did not.
You did not participate in the interview of March 20th of Al, did you?
No, I did not.
Did you ever inform Al that you were actively involved in this investigation after receiving my letter of February 21st?
Inform him that I was actively involved. No, I didn't make any formal notification to him that I was actively involved.
Al would not have
Or to
known.
the extent that I was involved, I would say.
Al would not have known that you were involved, would he?
As a command staff, we would have knowledge of what's occurring, but again, my involvement was limited to being informed of the situation, taking what my feelings were on the situation and how to handle it properly as a member of the command staff.
Well, making decisions about what should happen, right?
Yeah, I think that the sheriff would take that into account along with the other members of the command staff.
And I believe that you did not sign any documents that were sent to Al as part of this investigation, did you?
No, I don't believe so.
Yeah, nothing else.
I'll direct your attention to Exhibit F, as in Frank. I'll put up on the computer screen for you. Recognize this document?
Yes,
Was it one of the documents that you were asked to review?
yes.
What is it?
That would have been Chief Deputy Grimshaw's review and his notice of administrative hearing, his recommendations.
What's the date on it?
March 16th, 2020.
We read the first sentence on page 1 of that document.
The command staff of the office has reviewed the information available to date from the formal administrative investigation.
You're a member of command staff, aren't you?
Yes, I am.
Read the second sentence for the commission, please.
The command staff unanimously recommended that you be terminated from your employment with Des Moines County for misconduct.
I'm going to go down to page 3 of 3. We read the delivery receipt signature. Is that Deputy Waterman's signature?
Signature of Deputy Waterman.
What date and time is that?
March 16th, 2020 at 3:14 p.m.
And who's the supervisor that signed that?
Chief Deputy Brett Grimshaw.
So Deputy Waterman was notified that the entire command staff had considered the evidence to date and had recommended termination as of March 16th, 2020, right?
Yes, he was.
And he was advised that there was a administrative hearing scheduled for March 20th, 2020, right?
Yes.
At any point in time, did he ever object to you being a member of the command staff to you?
No, he did not.
Did you ever receive anything from him saying, I don't want you a part of this process?
No.
Did he ever raise the issue to your knowledge during the March 20th, 2020 administrative hearing?
No, he did not.
So he had an opportunity to object to your involvement and did not do so.
Yes.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Where does this letter say the entire command staff?
It says the command staff.
Where does it say the entire command staff?
It doesn't use the word entire.
Thanks, nothing else.
Do you have any questions for him?
No.
I have nothing further.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, sir.
We want to take a break?
Yeah, I think it's a good time.
Then I'll have Chief Deputy Grimshaw next.
That's what I was thinking.
If you, sir, will turn toward the court recorder, I'm having trouble picking up volume over there. State your full name and spell and your can't think, your position as well.
Brett Grimshaw, Brettgrimshaw, and I'm the chief deputy.
Okay. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you, sir.
Chief Deputy Grimshaw, we just provide an overview for the commission of your many years of service, training, education, experience.
Yeah, I'm a graduate of Western Illinois University. Just want to make sure my phone's off here. With a degree in law enforcement administration. I'm an Iowa Law Enforcement Academy graduate. And over the last 30 years in law enforcement, I've had the opportunity to be trained in several areas: crime scene investigation, homicide investigation, sexual assault investigation, interview and interrogation, and then a whole host of others over the last 30 years.
What positions have you held at the sheriff's office up to today?
I started out as a patrolman, and then I was moved into the investigation position from 1992 to I believe 2006. And at that time, I was promoted to administrative lieutenant, and I held that position until December of 2018, where Sheriff Johnstone promoted me to chief deputy.
You've been the chief deputy since 2018?
December of 2018, yes.
And if you want to speak up a little bit louder for us.
Okay.
The mic, it's not working.
It's not working.
So,
Will you just explain for the commission what your duties and responsibilities are as a chief deputy?
I basically oversee the daily operations with the clerical, the patrol staff, and the investigations. And in the absence of the sheriff, I act as the sheriff.
You're the number 2 then at the sheriff's office, right?
Yes, that is correct.
So Deputy Waterman was hired September of 2014 as a sheriff's deputy. At that time, you would have been a lieutenant, right?
I was, from 2010 to 2015, I did go back to night shift, and I was the night shift lieutenant at that time.
Did Did you have the opportunity to supervise Deputy Waterman?
I did for about a year. Al was under my direct supervision from about September of 2014 until I went back to the administrative lieutenant position in 2015.
Can you just tell the commission what your experience was in supervising Al?
It was a good experience. I enjoyed working with Al. Al did everything I asked. He was a dependable employee. He was a friend of mine. Nothing but good things to say about Al.
You were the chief deputy then on February 12th, 2020, right?
Yes, I was.
How did you become involved in this matter?
I was informed by Lieutenant McEwen that there was an issue between two of the deputies, Deputy Whitaker and Deputy Waterman. And he was gonna try to mitigate a conversation between the two of them about an incident that came up between the two.
You know when that conversation would have taken place with, well, I should ask, how did you become aware of it from Lieutenant McEwen?
He told me. We were both working that day, and he told me what was going on and that he wanted to talk to Al and Corey at the same time.
Did you receive a phone message when you were in Mexico?
I did. I believe it was on the week prior to the investigative interview. Lieutenant McEwen called me and told me that he had placed Al on administrative leave.
That been February 18th, 2020?
I believe so, yes.
What involvement did you have after that point in time where Deputy Waterman was placed on paid administrative leave on the 18th?
I basically reviewed, gathered all of the investigative reports, kind of put the report together. I generated a report myself, and then I made recommendations to Sheriff Johnstone and forwarded that report and all the information to him.
And are you required to do that by policy?
Yes, that is part of my responsibilities per policy is to do that.
So as the chief deputy, then you basically will perform a review after the process before it gets to Sheriff Johnstone.
Yes, that is correct.
Lieutenant Williams testified yesterday that you assisted with obtaining some videos from the Minneapolis School District.
I did.
I'm going to pull up Exhibit S, which is on a thumb drive. Will you just tell the commission, were you the one that prepared the thumb drive?
I've prepared a lot of thumb drives over the last month or so. Which video are you talking about?
The videos from the conference room in Minneapolis schools.
I believe so, yes.
I'm going to go to the video. It didn't copy over. It's probably on my hard drive. You prepared video from Minneapolis school from, there we go, the 12th and the 17th and put that on a thumb drive, right?
Yes.
And then you also prepared the sheriff's office conference room from the 20th of March, right?
Yes, I did.
And then there's the February 25, 2020 administrative interview, right?
Yes, that is correct.
There's two audio recordings here. Those were audio recording, just for the record, that I added from the administrative interview and from the administrative hearing from March. You mentioned before that you have the report that you prepared for Sheriff Johnstone. I'm going to direct your attention to Exhibit C. Do you recognize that document?
Yes, that is my report.
Is that a fair and accurate copy of your report?
I believe it is, yes.
As part of this process, were you serving documents, thumb drives, recordings on Deputy Waterman?
Yes, I was.
So there's some exhibits that we've already discussed with other members of the command staff to date, but your signature is on many of those documents. Is that because you were the one that served the notifications, the thumb drives, and those kind of other records to him?
Yes, they were.
What all did you review as far as your in preparing your administrative report?
I reviewed Lieutenant Williams and Sergeant Siegfried's report. I reviewed Lieutenant McEwen's report. Actually, Lieutenant McEwen had 2 or 3 reports, I believe, I reviewed. I reviewed the video from the investigative interview and the administrative hearing.
Did you also review his personnel file?
Yes, I did. I did go through Al's personnel file as well.
When you reviewed his personnel file, would you agree that overall no issues, no progressive discipline, anything like that?
Yes.
As the chief deputy, when you become involved in a formal administrative matter like this, can you just explain to the commission what that entails as far as your time and what you have to do?
As far as putting it all together,
Yes.
it can be time consuming, reviewing all that material, putting it all together, making copies of thumb drives and reports, and it can be a time consuming process.
How much time do you think that you spent reviewing reports, documents, videos, transcripts prior to April 8th of 2020? In this particular case?
Quite a bit. I would say that there probably wasn't a day in between there that I wasn't working on this from one time or another.
From that entire time, from February 18th of 2020 up till April 8th of 2020?
I didn't get back from Mexico until Sunday the 23rd, I believe. So from that time to April 8th, yeah, it was an everyday process for me in one form or another working on this thing.
Lieutenant Williams testified that you secured and reviewed some video from media with schools from February 17th, 2020. Did you do that?
Yes, I did.
What videos did you review?
These were videos of February 17th. There was a basketball game at the school where Al said that he had talked to these 3 kids. So I personally watched, I'm guessing 3 to 4 hours of video, trying to determine whether or not I could find where Al was when he talked to these 3 kids. And I kind of got wore out, so I had the IT director videotape the rest of it, and then he put it on a thumb drive and sent it to me.
Did you ever see Deputy Waterman talking to 3 individuals separately or in a group when you reviewed that video from February 17th?
I saw him talking to several people. He was kind of on the move down the hallway where his office is. He spent a little bit of time in the concourse, a little bit of time up and down what they call the sophomore hallway, which is just west of the gym. But the majority of the time that he spent was in the gymnasium while the basketball games were going on.
Did you see him talk to 3 high school age boys?
No, I did not.
What's the significance of February 17th?
I believe February 17th was the date that he told Lieutenant Williams and Sergeant Siegfried that he spoke to these people.
Were you able to corroborate that based on the video that you reviewed?
No, I was not.
And did you report that then to Lieutenant Williams?
Yes, I did.
Did you have any other communications with Minneapolis Community Schools regarding videos from February 12th or February 17th in this case?
I did go to the school another time, another time. I think after the February 25th interview.
What'd you do there?
Al told us in that interview that he did see Deputy Whitaker roll through 3 stop signs. And he tried to explain how this happened and how he saw it from his desk. And I just didn't have a good mental picture of what he was talking about. So I wanted to go up to his office and see what he was seeing and see how he observed this.
I'm going to direct your attention to Exhibit T, as in Tom, which I'm going to display on the computer screen here. Do you recognize what this exhibit is?
Yeah, that would be the laptop computer with the camera system loaded onto that.
And just explain for the commission how these photographs ended up in the investigative file.
I took pictures of these pictures of the laptops and how the video system is displayed on each computer or on the computer.
And that was after the process, and you had heard him talking about, that was after actually the process where he was explaining how he had viewed the video on February 12th, right?
Yes, yes.
So you see different bank of videos here, right?
Yes.
Did you then review the February 12th, 2020 video from Eappa Schools?
I had prior to going to the school.
I'm going to play that video for you here. Stop the video at 12 seconds. So when you watched the video, did you see Deputy Whitaker's patrol vehicle there?
I did, yes.
Can you explain what you saw on the video to the commission?
It appeared that Deputy Whitaker's vehicle was rolling up to, I assume there's a stop sign out there, and I think this is the one that Al referred to, that he felt that Deputy Whitaker rolled through. I noticed that the video was choppy or skippy. It wasn't like a smooth flowing video.
So when you saw that, what did you do?
Well, that's another reason that I went to the school, so I could verify whether or not that if the live video looked that way, or if that was just the way the recorded video turned out.
And what did you learn when you did that?
The live video and the recorded video appears the same to me. It's real choppy and jerky and like it skips.
There's been some prior testimony about frame rate. What's your understanding of frame rates?
Frame rates are basically a group of pictures for every second of video.
So in this case, we've referred to this as a video, but in 1 second, is it really a video? You said group
In
of
1
pictures.
second, no. In 1 second, it would be one picture of video.
So as this plays, it's a collection of pictures, 1 second each, right?
Yes,
So when you were talking about it being jerky,
yes.
I'm going to play the video again from 000.
Do you see how it just appears jerky? I didn't understand that at the time when I was
Stop
looking.
it, Barry.
I just,
I stopped it at 12 seconds. Continue,
Okay.
sir.
I just didn't understand why, if that was the way the video was, or, because I didn't understand frame rate at that point. And I've kind of educated myself a little bit on frame rate, but it looked weird, and I just wanted to go to the school to see if that's the way live video appeared.
And what did you find out when you talked to the school?
I talked to Dennis Jondry. He is the IT director at the school. And I just asked him if he knew what the frame rate was on the video system. And he looked it up, said it was right there on the system. He lives in Mount Pleasant, so he didn't want to run to the school, so he pulled it up from his house, and he called me back right away, and he said that the frame rate on the video system is set up at 1 frame per second.
So that's where you said the one photo per second, and then that's compiled together for what we're referring to as a video, but it's really a group of pictures.
Yes.
Were you able, when you watched this, to determine whether Deputy Whitaker rolled through the stop sign?
Well, before I knew what frame rate was, it did appear that he rolled through the video. But after I understood how the video worked, and there was only one picture for every second of video, I realized that there's no possible way you could say whether or not Deputy Whitaker rolled through that stop sign.
So you had heard during the administrative interview from February 25th, 2020, that Deputy Waterman contended that he personally observed Deputy Whitaker roll through 3 stop signs in front of the Minneapolis schools.
Yes.
2 temporary signs, and then a 3rd sign in Northfield Street, right?
Yes, that is correct.
With regard to the Northfield Street sign, what did you make of that when you went up there to the school and looked at the video?
Well, if you could go back to that prior picture where the group of photos were.
I'm gonna go back to Exhibit T.
No. I think that's the one there, yeah.
I've got Exhibit T, page 4, up on the computer screen.
Yeah, I believe that is the one. It's the, all the way to the left at the top. You go over 2 and down 1. That is the camera there that faces the circle drive through the front of the high school, and which would also show the intersection at Iowa and Northfield Street.
Where is that camera placed at on the school?
It's on the side of the building, 10, 12 feet up from the sidewalk, and it points directly at the circle drive.
Where is that in relation to the stop sign?
It's north of the stop sign. I don't know what the distance is. I'm guessing 100 yards, 150 yards from where the camera is.
Did you try to perform any tests to see whether in live view that you could see anybody running any stop signs on the video?
I did. I had one of the deputies drive to the stop sign live so I could see how it looked live. And I told him to not stop at the video, but just to like slow down and roll through it, just to see if I could see if he stopped or not, or if he rolled through it. And by that view right there, I could barely see the vehicle.
So were you able to determine whether it was possible to view somebody rolling through the stop sign based on the video that you personally observed?
Well, not from this view, but I know that you can double click on any one of these images and it will blow the picture up. Then it will give you the ability to zoom in and pan the camera. And if you had the camera zoomed in, you could probably see the car go through, but there is no way, scientifically 100% impossible to say whether or not that vehicle rolled through that stop sign.
So when Deputy Waterman stated during his administrative interview and subsequently that he observed Deputy Whitaker roll through 3 stop signs based on his review of the video, what did you think?
Well, at the time, like I said, I didn't understand, and I would have been fooled by this too, and I think probably 95% of the population would be fooled by this, because I don't think 95% of the population understand frame rate. And like I said, not just Al, but I would have been fooled by it. If I would have saw what I was looking at, I would have probably said, yeah, he rolled through it. But based on what I know now and of this video, there is no way to tell whether or not he rolled through that stop sign.
So you wrote a report here that I've got pulled back up, Exhibit C. And I've got your summary there pulled up on the computer screen, page 5. Do you see that?
Yeah.
So you wrote this report, you summarized the details and the information, you detailed what information you reviewed, right?
Yes.
So as part of this process, and as part of looking at the information, you personally tried to go back and verify the information that Deputy Waterman had indicated regarding the video, right?
Yes, that is correct.
Why did you do that?
I guess I wanted to make sure if what Al said he saw was accurate. I wanted to verify that on my own.
So you believe it was impossible scientifically to see Deputy Whitaker rolling through 3 stop signs.
Absolutely it is.
And so with this case, Al didn't know what he was looking at, right? He said that during the interview.
Yes, I believe so.
He didn't know anything about frame rate like you, right?
He did not know.
So where is the issue then with what Deputy Waterman's conduct was with regard to February 12th, 2020, based on the information that you've reviewed?
I'm not sure if I understand your question, but I think he was misled into believing what he thought he saw.
And then what did he do with that information then? He sent Deputy Whitaker a text message on the 12th, right?
Yes.
And where did this spiral out of control from there?
Well, I think, in my opinion, I believe that based on what he thought he saw in that video, that he made up these 3 people to help corroborate what he claimed he saw.
And then you said that you believe that he made up these 3 people. He sent a text message to Deputy Whitaker, and up on the computer screen there, you indicate that it was just occurring. Can you explain that and why that was significant for you in your report?
Where are you talking about here?
First paragraph. Do you see where it says just?
Yes, I do. What's your question again?
Why was that significant with regard to what he was saying about when these individuals approached him to you?
Well, I knew that he had saw the video on the 12th, and I think that it was important that when he says just happening, I know that he went and reviewed the video on that day on the 12th.
And so when he says that those individuals had just approached him, you indicate in your report that that's the way the text message read. That was what was communicated to Lieutenant McCune and to Deputy Whitaker, right?
That is correct, yes.
So that gave you the impression as the Chief Deputy when you were reviewing all this that that had happened on February 12th, right?
Yes.
Did you find any evidence in your review that corroborated 3 individuals approaching him on the 12th?
No, I did not.
So you didn't see anything on the 12th or on the 17th on the videos that you reviewed?
None.
You wrote here that Deputy Waterman claimed memory lapse on the specifics of when and where he was approached by 3 individuals with the complaints of Deputy Whitaker, stating that he could not recall these details. That was significant enough for you to indicate that in your report.
Yes.
What was significant to you?
It just seems to me that if somebody is going to come and talk to you about a situation of a deputy possibly violating a traffic violation, that you would remember where that happened. It's extremely hard for me to believe that you would not remember where that happened.
And so you wrote there that Deputy Waterman readily remembered details concerning a student that inquired about 2 deputies being at the school on on February 12th, 2020.
Yes.
Is that reference to the administrative interview from February 25th, 2020?
I believe that's where that came from, yes.
I'm gonna go down here to your administrative charges section. You list insubordination and 2 policy violations there, right?
Yes.
And then you have a summary of facts listed there. Do you believe the Deputy Waterman committed insubordination?
Yes, I do.
I'm gonna go to page 7 of Exhibit C on the computer screen. There's 4 policies listed under breach of integrity. You wrote a summary of facts there. You reference back to the other reports and information in the investigative file. Do you believe the Deputy Waterman was dishonest?
I do.
Why?
Well, I think he was confused about watching the video. What date are you talking about?
I'm just asking for your report. You indicated some facts here. Why do you believe that he was dishonest through the course of the investigation?
Well, on the 25th, on the interview, I know that his statement had changed. From just happening to this happened 2 to 3 weeks ago. Some of the other details of what he had told McEwen on the 13th had changed on the 25th.
And then there's some false reports concerning, or failing to report alleged misconduct concerning another deputy. You indicate that, so I'm going to move through that on the exhibit, and I want to roll down to your reasoning and recommendation section. You indicate in your reasoning and recommendation section on page 9, you make reference to Iowa Code section 341A.11. I understand that you're not an attorney, but you indicated that a deputy may be removed or discharged for dishonesty, moral conduct, insubordination, discourteous treatment of the public or a fellow employee, in addition to a failure to act or to follow reasonable regulations prescribed by the sheriff, which renders him unsuitable or unfit for employment, right?
Yes.
Based on the information that you have, you reviewed from the investigation, do you believe that there is grounds to terminate his employment from the Des Moines County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, I do.
You reference the code section, and below that, then you go into your reasoning. And if you'll just explain in summary form, since it's here in your report, what was notable to you about Deputy Waterman's conduct in this case, and why you ultimately recommended termination?
I just felt that Deputy Waterman continued throughout this entire process to be insubordinate. And it clearly states in 341.11 that he can be removed for insubordination alone and dishonesty. I think he lacked candor as far as being open and honest. He was given an opportunity to come to these interviews and the hearing and be completely honest about everything. And he continued to be insubordinate throughout this entire process to maintain that there was these 3 people. And I just felt that he doesn't get the opportunity to not tell the truth in these hearings. I think that he comes to these hearings with one objective, and that is to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. And he did not do that in 2 separate internal investigations that we had.
So you referenced throughout your reasoning, honesty is a core value of our society, and that citizens demand law enforcement officers to have highest standards of professionalism. Professionalism, there was an unprofessional charge that was sustained in this case. Can you just explain the lack of professionalism by Deputy Waterman as a summary for the commission here.
Well, I think the public demands that we have thorough and accurate and complete investigations from deputies that are accused of any kind of misconduct. They expect this and they demand this. And I know law enforcement, after being in it for 30 years, they expect us to do this. And they deserve that. They deserve that, the fact that we are able to do these thorough and accurate investigations of our employees. And if we don't, we get accused of things that we're covering things up and we're not doing our jobs and all the cops are the same and I've heard it for 30 years. And we wanted to be able to give a thorough and accurate investigation. We gave Al an opportunity to come clean and tell us everything we wanted to know, and he refused to do that.
You made reference to some additional reasoning. I'm going to scroll down here on Exhibit C. So there's a statement by Deputy Waterman during his administrative interview on February 25th, 2020, where he indicates that he has a bona fide justification for not providing the names of these individuals when he's given direct orders by Lieutenant McCune, Sergeant Siegfried, and Lieutenant Williams. He's indicating that they asked to remain anonymous, right?
Yes.
So, in your view as the chief deputy, do you believe that 3 individuals asking to remain allegedly anonymous when they're allegedly reporting Deputy Whitaker rolled through 3 stop signs constitutes a bona fide justification under the policy?
No, I do not.
Why not?
I made note of this in my report. I don't know if it's up there. What section is that, C?
That's Exhibit C.
What page is that?
9 and 10.
No, this is not where I was. I'm looking at page 6.
So I'll put 6 up on the computer screen for you. I've got 6 displayed for you if you just want to explain to the commission why you wrote that in your report.
Well, at one time or another, he talked about having a bona fide justification for not willing to give up these 3 names and to keep them. And I made a note of it in my report. It says, Deputy Waterman asserted that he had a bona fide justification for not providing the names of the individuals he claimed had approached him regarding Deputy Whitaker. Specifically, Deputy Waterman asserted, I gave them my word and my morals my word would be no good anymore. Waterman's bona fide justification is that they asked to remain anonymous and I don't want to ruin my standing with them. And then I continued on with, I do not find this assertion credible or legitimate. I realize that sometimes law enforcement can be a dangerous job. And sometimes during the course of our employment, we run into situations that need to be kept confidential. Law enforcement sometimes rely on informants to give us information that need the utmost confidentiality. And sometimes we must give people our word to keep them and their families safe from retaliation from violent offenders. This incident, I do not feel, justifies confidentiality that we were talking about a minor traffic violation of a deputy accused of rolling through a stop sign. This is certainly not a legitimate situation where I feel confidentiality is of the utmost importance that would constitute the violation of several sections of our policy.
So when you wrote that, and thank you for pointing that section out to us, when you wrote that, what were you thinking with regard to the informant's position?
Pardon me, the what?
The informant's position that you wrote in the report, you mentioned confidential informants.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I know what you're.
So you made reference to informants and providing that their names stay anonymous. You indicated in your report that this is not a situation where it's important to shelter or keep a person's name anonymous. Did you have an example in mind that you were thinking of when you wrote the report?
I'm talking about the one I just read here, you mean?
Exactly. You understand where I'm going with this?
No, I don't.
So I'm just asking you, did you have a specific example of where a reasonable bona fide justification might be under the policy? And if you were writing that report indicating that a confidential informant, such as a drug investigation, where you talked about violent offenders.
Yeah, I mean, typically our narcotics officers deal with informants. And they are signed up, and there's a whole process to go through with confidential informants. And if somebody came to one of our narcotics officers and said, listen, I've got some information for you. I think you need to know this, but you cannot tell these people where you got this information, because these people will kill me and they will kill my entire family. I would say that that is a bona fide justification, is to keeping that word 100% confidential.
And so in this particular case, this wasn't a criminal investigation into Deputy Whitaker, was it?
No, it was not.
It was an internal matter from the sheriff's office, right?
Yes,
It was an employee matter.
yes.
So providing the names of 3 anonymous individuals to a supervisor is not the same as a confidential informant in a criminal investigation, right?
Absolutely not.
And so when you indicated that that was not a reasonable bona fide justification, that was your reasoning for explaining to this commission why you did not believe Deputy Waterman had justification to withhold those names from his supervisors.
Yes, absolutely.
Did you ultimately make a recommendation in this case?
I did, yes.
And what recommendation did you make?
The termination.
And I'm not going to ask you to go through your entire report, but that'd be an easy decision for you to make?
Well, like I said, I've been an officer for 30 years, and this is probably one of the most difficult situations that I have ever dealt with in 30 years. Because Al is a friend of mine, a fellow deputy, somebody that I think a lot of, but this was an easy decision to make based on the totality of the circumstances.
You referenced some public trust issues in your report. Did you have any concerns about keeping Al employed after you reviewed everything?
Yeah, I mean, we had a lot of discussions about that, about how we were gonna keep him. And Sheriff Johnstone continually out through this whole process, so we need to find a way to keep Al. Every day he'd come in. And, you know, Mike is a very good friend of mine as well, and he's got a really big heart. And he's still got a little bit of the old school law enforcement left in him. And he likes to have people come into his office if they screw up, and he chews their ass out, and he sends them back on their way. He does it time and time again, and throughout this process, he maintained that we need to try to find a way to keep Al. obviously we couldn't do that.
Did you feel like you had any other option?
Not in this matter, no.
And we can refer back to your report, should there be any questions, but I want to ask you one final question here with regard to documents and information that you provided to Deputy Waterman. You had served the March 31st notice on him at his house, and there was a 5-day period where he was allowed to respond further in writing. Was any response received to any of the evidence or information that was presented to him?
We never received anything from Al.
I say that I had one more question. I have actually another one. There was a direct order that was issued in March. I'm going to pull that exhibit up just to ask you about that because it was previously referenced here. March 11th, 2020, order, it's Exhibit G. I'm going to have it up on the computer screen here momentarily. Do you recognize that document?
Yes, I do.
So you issued this order to Deputy Waterman on the 11th.
Yes, I did.
That time, did you also provide him a thumb drive? Do you remember?
I don't remember.
Why did you issue this order?
It was recommended by you that we serve this on him.
Any other reasons?
Basically to keep him from talking about this matter out in the public, to possibly taint future witnesses or.
So internal investigation's confidential matter, right?
Yes, yes, right.
March 11th, you issued this order to Deputy Waterman. Was there any reason why this was issued at that point in time specifically?
I don't know the specifics as to why, other than that, after talking to you.
Was there information that you received that there were discussions occurring outside of the command staff about this matter from Deputy Waterman?
I think that there might have been some discussion about some things that had gotten back to us, that Al had been talking about this in the public.
And at that point in time, were you still trying to identify who these 3 individuals were?
Yes, yes, we were.
So there was a concern to protect the integrity of the investigation that you issued this order?
Yes.
Now, there was some testimony yesterday, and there's some questions from Mr. Dial about this order and prohibiting Deputy Waterman from having communication with members of the Sheriff's Office. And I want to ask you a couple questions about that. Throughout this process, to your knowledge, has Deputy Waterman been represented by counsel?
I believe he has, yes.
Has he had union representation?
Yes, he has.
So Deputy Waterman, based on this order, not communicating with members of the office, did not preclude him or his counsel, his counsel or his union representative from speaking with witnesses, performing investigations, or anything like that.
No.
This was just directed to Deputy Waterman.
Yes.
Has this been a standard practice based on your knowledge of other investigative matters? Training?
Yeah, for the most part, yeah.
Pretty common that these types of orders are issued in internal matters?
I believe so, yes.
So it's a confidential matter, but that's also by Iowa code, right?
Yes,
Because it's a personnel matter.
it's a personnel matter, yes.
And so that's also to protect Al.
Yes.
I have no further questions for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Show this, Exhibit G, did you prepare this document?
This document? I did not,
Who
no.
prepared it?
Mr. Lemkeman did.
And your understanding was one of the reasons this was prepared and given to Al, so he couldn't have any future witnesses, correct?
No,
What you just testified to.
that is not correct.
Now, as I understand your testimony here, this tape, this video that we've seen of the traffic at the school 100 times or so by now, you're saying that when you watched that, you mistakenly thought that Deputy Whitaker had rolled through the stop sign also.
I said that it appeared that he may have rolled through the stop sign.
Yeah.
Yes,
And you thought Al could have been mistaken about that the same way also, right?
yes.
And it's your assumption then that Al, because he was mistaken on that, he made up a story and sent a text to Deputy Whitaker, right?
I'm not sure if I understand your question. Because he saw this video, he made this text up?
Yeah.
No, I don't think that's how it happened at all.
Tell me how you think it happened.
Well, I think that Al had stated previously that he had been watching the kids and monitoring the kids, and kind of reminded them to stop at the stop signs. I think that when Corey left the school that day, I think what Al thought he saw was Corey roll through the stop signs. So I think at that point, he thought Corey rolled through the stop signs, and he was gonna let Corey know that, hey, you know, you're rolling through the stop signs. I've been trying to keep, monitoring the kids here at the school. And I'd just like your cooperation. And so I don't think he made it up based on what he thought he saw. I think there was a reason that, Al was trying to do his job at the school with the kids, and
Well, but you think Al sent a text that was false, indicating that 3 students had talked to him, right?
I don't think it was false because 3 kids come to him.
Well, if Al had watched the video and saw what he thought was Deputy Whitaker roll through a stop sign, he certainly just could have called Deputy Whitaker, right?
He very well could have.
Or sent him a text and said, I just saw you roll through, here's what I'm trying to do with the students, right? He wouldn't have any need to make up a story, would he?
I don't think that he would have any need, but for some reason he did have that need.
Okay, and
I think he wanted to bolster his reasoning to Corey that he watched him roll through these stop signs. And I think he wanted Corey Whitaker to believe that because 3 other people saw him do it, that it actually happened.
And was that your prior experience with Al when he was working for you, that he would make things up?
Never had an experience like this with Al before.
In fact, no one's ever had an experience in Al's 18 years of law enforcement with him doing anything like this, right?
Not that I'm aware of.
Now, you talked about your investigation. Your investigation really relied upon documents you got from other officers, right?
A lot of it did, yes.
Wasn't the only thing that you really did yourself was watch the video from the 17th and the videos from the school.
Yeah, I participated in the one on the 20th.
The meeting.
The meeting, the 320 meeting.
Okay. And the video from the 17th from the school, that was the basketball game, correct?
Yes.
Did that video does that capture the entire school, the video that you watched?
I watched 4 different cameras.
Does that capture the entire school?
The entire school?
Yeah.
No, it does not.
Did you make notes as far as what you saw, document what you're watching?
No, I did not make any notes of that.
So you didn't do a report that would have indicated when Al first came on the screen, what time it was on the video, when he had contact with people, what time that was on the video, and what camera that was?
I did not make any notes of the video.
make any report from watching that video?
No.
I have no other questions.
Chief Deputy Grimshaw, you did make a report where you indicated though that you reviewed the video and you did not see Deputy Waterman on it though, right? That is in your Exhibit C.
Are we talking about the school video?
Correct.
I believe so, yes.
And then Exhibit U, which I'll pull up here for you. Recognize this document? Give you time to get to the page there.
Yes.
You did make documentation concerning the conversation that you had on April 17th with Mr. Gondry from the school, right?
Yes, I did.
And you documented the frame rate issue that you learned about.
Yes.
And you had also documented in your report from March 31st, 2020, that the information that you viewed on the video system did not corroborate the information that Deputy Waterman provided throughout the internal affairs investigation, right?
That is correct, yes.
And you personally had provided him a thumb drive with the videos on it.
Yes, I did.
At any time that you were involved, whether it was the administrative hearing on March 20th, 2020, did Deputy Waterman ever come back and say, here I am on the video talking to these students?
No, he did not.
I have no further questions, thank you.
When did you provide that thumb drive to Deputy Waterman?
When?
Yeah.
Well, I was, I believe at his house, I don't know the exact date.
Nothing else?
Okay.
I'm going to pull up the Exhibit F, as in Frank, for you. Notice of predisciplinary hearing. Document that you said that you served on Deputy Waterman, and he already admitted under oath that you provided to him. As soon as the computer loads here. So it indicates, enclosed with this notice are the following documents, correct?
Where are you at here?
Exhibit F,
Yes, okay, I got it.
page 1,
Yes,
right?
yes.
And then in Exhibit C, or excuse me, Exhibit B is another document, notice of results of administrative investigation. You indicated in that document, or Sheriff Johnstone indicated in that document, that Deputy Waterman was previously provided the following materials, and then it lists videos there, right? You can just see it up on the screen.
Yes, I believe it does, yes.
There are no further questions.
Mr. Dial?
Yeah, just a second, might have a
Okay.
follow-up.
Okay.
Exhibit B, which indicates and you can look at it if you have that in front of you. That's the document you were just asking about.
Yes.
That indicates a video that's been provided, correct?
system.
Yeah, and then it goes into specific video that's been provided.
Yes,
And one is from the hallway,
yes,
and then the other is from the locker room hallway,
yes,
and then the other video is the south parking lot.
yes.
Nothing else.
No further questions?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Call Sheriff Johnstone at this time.
Ten people? We're still at 10, right? Yeah, you can.
10, yeah.
Can't count to 10 today for some reason, I don't know. Would you please turn toward the court recorder and tell her your full name and position with the Des Moines County Sheriff's Department?
My name is Mike Johnstone, Mikejohnstone. I am the sheriff of Des Moines County Sheriff's Office.
Please raise your right hand. You swear to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Now that you're situated there, Sheriff Johnstone,
Thank
can you just describe to the commission your lengthy training, education, experience in law enforcement?
How much time you got?
Not that much, so let's summarize.
Well, my name is Mike Johnstone, Des Moines County Sheriff. I've been the sheriff for a little over 19 years. My career started in July 13th, 1976. I started at Des Moines County Jail as a jailer and as a dispatcher. Moved through the ranks, became a deputy, jail administrator, ran the jail on 2 or 3 different occasions. After becoming a deputy sheriff, eventually moved back into patrol division. I was a patrolman for about 14 years. I was a detective for about 8. I went to Burlington High School, graduated at Southeastern Community College, as well as Western Illinois University, receiving degrees there. Worked on my master's degree over there also at Western. Graduate of the Iowa Law Enforcement Academy, 4th Basic, which takes you back a ways. And I've been happy to serve the people of Des Moines County for 44 years, and look forward to retirement. Been to numerous schools over the years, learned a few things out of a few of them, and continue my education when I can. But looking forward to that day to retire here soon.
When are you retiring?
End of the year, December 31st. This year I'll be done.
In your lengthy career in law enforcement, you've hired many deputy sheriffs, right?
I have.
And you hired Deputy Waterman.
I did.
You hired him in September of 2014.
I did.
There's been some prior testimony, you've been present in the courtroom about appointing Deputy Waterman to an SRO position at Minneapolis School.
Yes,
Who did that?
I did.
And why did you do that?
Well, I thought Al would be a good fit for up there. I had a recommendation from several people that we, including my command staff, that we put Al up there. It was a good fit. I had all the confidence in Al.
You knew that Al was a West Burlington police officer before being hired as a sheriff's deputy, right?
Yes,
Even before he worked with your office, had you had the opportunity to see him, interact with him, work with him?
yes.
While he was employed at the sheriff's office for about the last 5 years, had you had any disciplinary issues with Al?
No.
How would you evaluate his performance as a deputy up to February 12th, 2020?
I would say he was a very good deputy. I think he met all my expectations. We had communication about, the job in Minneapolis I was doing, and I felt everything was fine.
So with regard to this particular incident from February 12th, 2020, how did you become involved with it?
Well, around, I believe, the 14th or so, Chief Deputy Grimshaw had mentioned that there was a little incident going on between Deputy Whitaker and Al, and that they were trying to work out the situation. So I kind of got a briefing on what was going on then.
And then when did you become involved again with it after that?
Well, I was told kind of the basis of what was going on, that Chad was involved, and we were going to try to boil this thing down. I initially felt that it was something that could be worked out, and I felt that way through this entire investigation. But as time went on, we realized that it wasn't going to happen easily anyway. So where I finally got mainly involved in it is when I got a phone call from Lieutenant McCune, when he kind of explained to me that he had given Al a timeline to come up with these 3 people, and that Al had refused to give him those names. So it kind of shifted gears when he put Al on administrative leave.
And that was February 18th of 2020?
Right.
And did you assign Lieutenant Williams as an investigator for the internal affairs?
I did.
And why did you pick Lieutenant Williams?
Well, he is in the command staff, quite obviously, and he's a counterpart to Lieutenant McCune. And I thought, these are progressive things. I turn the guys loose, and they do the investigations, and then I review. At the end of the day, it's my decision to make. And I have full confidence in Clint. And to note, we don't do a lot of these. And so, again, it was a learning process for us. So, yes, I knew he was very meticulous, and I knew that he was very fair, and I knew he would do a good job.
And so you assigned him, did you assign Sergeant Siegfried as well to assist with this?
Yes.
So when did your activity with this case pick up?
It picked up when the phone call came from Chad that Al was refusing to, I believe it was the 13th, no, it wasn't the 13th, the 18th, refused to give him the names.
And so why was that an issue?
It was an issue because Al was required to give the names. It was an issue because he was insubordinate. It was an issue because we had an investigation. We'd had a complaint that was made towards one of the deputies who was very upset about it, extremely upset about it. And it was important for us to find closure. It was important for us to have a remedy and to move forward. That's my job as the sheriff, is to keep everybody rowing in the right direction, to keep them all going in the right direction, and to have peace as much as we can in harmony within the department. Very important.
You've heard some testimony about investigating allegations of misconduct concerning a deputy. What is your philosophy on investigating allegations of misconduct?
I think it's extremely important. I think that the public trust is the number one thing that we have to maintain. People come to us and expect the very best of us, always. And I think it's extremely important when someone makes an allegation towards one of us that we fully investigate that. And we do it. But we have to have the information to do it with. And I encourage people to do that. It's not easy, and it's painful at times, but we have to police ourselves. We must do that to keep the public trust. It's one thing we work on every day, and I think Lieutenant Clendenning, or Sergeant Clendenning had mentioned, is that when one of us fail, we all look like we failed. They all put us in the same boat. We work to make sure that we get through those situations the best we can.
You heard some testimony here moments ago from Chief Deputy Grimshaw talking about your disciplinary policy, and I think there's some prior testimony about having an open door. You'll just explain that for the commission's benefit, please.
Well, as you all know, and I've said already, we have very few disciplinary issues within the department. And a lot of those are based upon the fact that we talk one-on-one at my office level on situations and work through them. I can't remember, I guess it's been 8 or 10 years ago since we've had a disciplinary issue down there. And that works for me. I tell all the guys, I've told Al that. My door is always open. My phone is always ready. I keep my phone with me all the time. And yes, we have a command structure, but sometimes that doesn't work for some people. Sometimes they have to come directly to me. I prefer the command structure, but I believe that I have to have that door open. I know some departments aren't that way, and they can justify that, but that's my style, and that's the way I do it.
So is it important for you, for deputies, if they're having issues, to come talk with you about them?
Yes,
As part of this process, you were involved in an administrative hearing, which also was in form of an administrative interview as well, on March 20th, 2020, right?
I was.
Will you explain how that came about?
Well, that's part of the process. I know that one thing I'm a stickler on, I think is extremely important here, and make it clear. I'm really big on due process. I think it's extremely important that anybody that's accused has due process. And I wanted to make sure Al had due process. And I think, now we could argue over some of the semantics, or maybe something was sent or something was not. We're new at this. We have a new policy. And I'll be the first to admit, we may have missed something. We may not be perfect on this. But my decision was based upon everything that I heard, and based on the end after the administrative hearing.
So why did you want the administrative hearing to take place?
It was very important to me, and from the very beginning, that I didn't think, and I still do not think, Al is being truthful. I don't think there ever were 3 people. It would have been so simple to come to me or to one of the command staff and say, hey, there are no 3 people. I've given him that option time and time and time again. The last thing I wanted to do with Al Waterman was fire him. I do not want to have to replace Al, but I have to. He gave me no further options. I know on that last administrative hearing, I gave him the way out. I gave him the choice. I believe Al Waterman's been in the driver's seat through this whole procedure. He's had an opportunity to bring these 3 people forward. I know it was mentioned that we could bring a third party in by his attorney. Their idea. We first pushed back on that. We thought, this is our administrative hearing. We're working our way through it. We should keep it in-house. But I found that maybe, and I thought maybe, in the administrative hearing, the final meeting, that if I offered Al that, if I said, okay, I don't need to know the names, don't care to know the names, but if you would like, I will allow you to do that. I will allow you to have that third party come in. And you can talk to them about this, and you can tell them the 3 names. I needed those. I don't need the names. I need to know the fact that they actually were there. I don't believe they were ever there. I don't. And I was giving that opportunity to do so. He didn't have to, and he didn't. At that point, my decision was made.
So we'll play a little bit of the March 20th, 2020 administrative hearing in a moment or two. There were some discussions amongst command staff prior to that time. Did you go and you ask command staff for what they were thinking on this matter?
I did. We had numerous meetings through this whole process. And, you know, our whole goal was to keep Al. From the very beginning, my goal was to keep Al. And as a group, our goal was to keep Al. But the one thing that we came down to was the fact that he had to own this situation. He had to take responsibility for it. He had to be truthful about And any administrator, in any type of discipline that I put out, any type, the first thing is you have to own it. You have to admit it. You have to say, hey, I made a mistake. I screwed up. Everybody in the department knows that. I'm easy, maybe to a failing, but it works. I'm a forgiving person. I have a big heart. I know that. And I like to keep people back out on the street. I have made mistakes in my career. We all do. I'll make 2 tomorrow, probably, but I'll learn from them and I'll go on. But I own them. I say, yeah, made the mistake, should have done that, and we move forward. But without, I couldn't get that. All of us were hoping to the very end, all of us in the command staff, and for Kurt's benefit, the entire command staff, we're hoping that we could get a resolution to this. And I could put Al back to work. But it never came.
Did you ask members of the command staff to take a look at the evidence in this case?
Yes, I think that they all did. I know that as a group, we looked it over. I know that I had the recommendation from all of my investigating command staff and from Lieutenant Grimshaw, or from Chief Deputy Grimshaw, and even to the last meeting, I was hoping we could have some resolution to it. And I think if we play the tape, you certainly can see my attempts to resolve this.
Let's go to Exhibit S, as in Sam. Do you recognize this?
I do.
Is that the March 20th, 2020 video audio recording from the meeting?
Yes.
I'm going to play the video at 9:13:58.
And finally, all the prior warnings as far as Garrity still apply today, so I'll have to answer any questions truthfully. Nothing's going to be used in any kind of criminal investigation or anything like that. Do you have any questions about that? No. At this point in time, I will turn it over to Sheriff Johnstone, and then we can continue the hearing.
Oh, good morning, everyone. Al, I hope today that we can walk out of here with a resolution to this. I really do. That's my hope. I want to keep you as one of my deputies. I hope we can do that. But I will tell you that a lot of that's going to depend upon you today. I'm giving you this opportunity to come forward and to speak freely as to what happened. I think there's some things that we should discuss about this that I know you talked to Kurt about this. I know some of the ramifications. The last thing I want to do is terminate you. I have made no decision on this. I'm going to make that quite clear to you. I'm still gathering information and I'm trying to get my head around this. However, you understand that the integrity and the credibility and the public trust of this department has always been foremost for me and for this department. I think you understand it's extremely important as the leader of this department that comes first, and that we have to keep our credibility and our integrity within the public. If we don't do that, and that goes from top to bottom, from me to you and everybody in between, we have to keep that integrity and credibility and public trust out there. But I do hope that I can, at the end of this investigation, I can say, yes, I want to, and I do want to keep you. Make that quite clear. I want to. There's no doubt in my mind I want to. But I have to have some help from you. I do have to have some help from you with that. You know that that I've always had an open door policy. That I've always been one that anybody in this department can approach and can discuss issues and problems and trying times. I've always been that way, and you know that. You've been in my office many times. You don't have to go through the chain of command to talk to me down here. That's the way it's always been. That's the way it'll always be, because I have that personal connection with people. I hope today that you know, after we hear from you, that I can make the decision to keep you and to keep you on as one of my deputies, and we can move forward from this.
Okay.
That is my goal today, you know, hopefully that we can do this. But again, I need the full truth on this thing.
Okay.
What started as a gentle warning, I think has spun out of control, at least from what I've gathered so far. And I think we need to get a resolution to it today. We need to put an end to it here. We can move forward. You can move forward. This department can move forward. Now, I think there'll be some difficulties in it, part of it, but we'll work through it.
Right.
If it comes down to that. I've already thought about that at length, what we're gonna do. So, but again, it's your day to tell us about this situation and to be completely clear on all the facts. And I'm gonna give you that opportunity now to tell us, again, well, I just ask you, is there anything else you'd like to say about what has been said in the past? You wanna clarify any of those issues so we know as we move forward, investigation moves forward, and again, where I end up on my end. So again, at this point, I will ask you, is there anything else you'd like to say about this situation?
No, I think we cleared up everything the last, administrative hearing that we had. I don't have anything to add. I'm still sticking to the story that I said then. One thing that I will add is, food for thought, as it comes to my mind. I have had nothing to gain, would have nothing to gain by doing this. And the text was sent to Corey and Corey alone. There's no gain for me here to have lied, like I'm being told that I have lied. I have not lied. I have nothing to gain by lying. That's all I have to say.
Okay, I think the one thing,
So I'm gonna stop the video at 19:04. One of the things that Al said to you there on the video was that he was still sticking to the story.
Right.
Did you make anything of that?
Yeah, I think there's been a pattern through this whole thing, and that's part of it, of being, being untrustworthy and not telling the truth. I think he is sticking to the story, and then from the very beginning, and from the very time I heard, about this incident, that he had said there was these 3 people, threw up a big red flag for me. And I thought, well, they'll work through that. They'll get through that. Al will say, yeah, I'm just kidding. I'm just trying to make a point. And I think it's even mentioned in there that it's like, I understand he was trying to make a point. Al had came to me, a month or so earlier and said he was wanting to do this about, doing some more, watching this stop sign thing. And I explained to him, I said, that's fine, you should do that. If you're concerned about school safety, that's part of what you do. So I think he was trying to make a point to Corey, and I think Corey is a senior officer to him. He's been there much longer than Al. And I think part of that process is I need to bolster this story a bit. I'll tell him, hey, I've got these 3 people. And Al had mentioned, yeah, it'll just all blow over. It'll just like, hey, I didn't want to make it a big deal. And I understand that. But when you bring those 3 people in, it kind of changes the perspective, kind of changes the whole view of the thing. And I think that's what upset Corey more than anything, is not the fact that he's saying he ran these stop signs, or he didn't run the stop signs, obviously, but the fact that these 3 people came in.
So you were talking about the process, and you mentioned several things I want to pull back up on here. Is the issue is not the Deputy Waterman misperceived the video before he rolling through stop signs, right?
No.
The issue is that he said that there were 3 people that asserted that Deputy Whitaker rolled through 3 stop signs.
Right.
That's where this goes awry.
Right.
And and the text message where it says that they just approached him.
Right, you know, the problem is you look at these things in a totality, and, you know, I'm as open-minded as you can find, but it's just like the target keeps changing. Is that, no, there were 3 people, then there weren't 3 people, and it happened, we give him the video, and then all of a sudden, 2 or 3 weeks prior, we get this, and then I'm sticking to the story, and the many opportunities to bring those folks forward, those 3 mysterious people that I do not believe exist. And yes, he can say that if he likes, and it's his morals, he's gonna keep those close to him, but he can't do that. Not when a complaint's been made, and he knows that. He's a law enforcement officer, he should know that there are times that you cannot keep people anonymous. He's an experienced law enforcement officer. There are times you can't do that. We'd like to sometimes, but when someone complains, and there's a complaint that's made, oftentimes you can't do that.
So let's talk about that, a complaint being made. And I want to go back to the conversation that you're testifying about from Lieutenant McCune, where Deputy Whitaker came to him and said, if I roll through these 3 stop signs, I want you to discipline me. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes,
Was that the information that you had from the investigation?
yes.
So Deputy Whitaker was not disputing, hey, if I have something coming to me, I'll take it.
Right.
The issue goes back to Deputy Waterman's conduct with these 3 individuals that allegedly existed, right?
Right.
And then there's the video issue that Deputy Waterman states that he watched Deputy Whitaker roll through 3 stop signs
Right.
on February 12th, personally, right?
Right.
That's not shown by the video, is it?
Can't confirm.
So you've got the text message that says that he just was approached on February 12th, 2020, right?
Right.
Through the investigation showed that 3 people didn't approach him in that window of time from 11:11 a.m. when Deputy Whitaker left the school to the time of 11:48 a.m. when Al texted Deputy Whitaker, right?
Right.
So tell the commission for you where this continued to run awry.
Well, again, the red flags are being thrown everywhere. And we're trying to put a sense to it. Why is this happening? Why was this story even made up? And sticking to the story, we just couldn't quite figure it out. But the one thing we were hoping is that we would find these 3 people. You know, during the investigation, somehow we could come up with these people. We could confirm these people even existed. That was our goal. I mean, that was the whole thing, is let's push forward. These are red flags. But him failing to give us those names, failing to give us a good description of these people, failing to tell us, and one of the big red flags for me was the fact that he talked to these people but couldn't tell us where it was at that he talked to them. I mean, that was, I can tell you the last time I talked to somebody, may have been 3 weeks ago. It might have been in the parking lot of Menards, or it could have been in Lowe's, but I can tell you where I talked to him at and when I talked to him. So the dishonesty beginning to roll. And it's just like it just kept getting more and more. And then in the investigative interview, to me, it just kept snowballing. And I felt that Al just kept getting himself in deeper and deeper and deeper with the insubordination and the failure to allow us to complete our investigation, I'm not calling it an investigation of Corey, but we wanted to know who these 3 folks were. I think it was very important for us to know that. And so it just kept snowballing. So we just kept pushing forward, hoping to the last day that we would get some answers.
So you said it was important to know the names of those 3 individuals with regard to the inquiry into Deputy Whitaker. So I want to ask you a couple questions about that. Why did you need the names with regard to Deputy Whitaker and that inquiry with the stop signs?
We had to confirm these people actually existed.
So that was the issue.
That was the issue. Do these folks actually exist? We can't find them on camera. We can't find them anywhere. I know, it's very frustrating for us as to who these three people were. And I know in the end, I don't need their names. I need to know they exist.
I'm gonna play the video again from, I'm gonna back it up just a little bit here. 9/18/31 forward.
I have had nothing to gain. Would have nothing to gain by doing this. And the text was sent to Corey and Corey on. There's no gain for me here to have lied, like I'm being told that I have lied. I have not lied. I have nothing to gain by lying. That's
I'm gonna stop it at 9:19 even. So Deputy Waterman's contention was that he has nothing to gain by lying about these three individuals. What do you believe about that?
I believe he was. And I believe he does have something to gain. I think he's afraid to admit to it. I think he's afraid to admit that he did lie. And he would rather stand on his moral ground and say, well, I just can't say that. Well, you can, Al, and you're required to. The fact that you will lose standing by admitting to the fact that you haven't been truthful. And that's exactly the problem.
So you believe, I mean, you've known Al for how many years?
Long time, 15 years probably or better.
How would you talk about him as a person as far as, his importance of his appearance to him, based on your experience with him?
Al is one of the neatest, cleanest, sharpest looking deputies that I had. His car was as clean as any you would find. In fact, I think I might have borrowed it a time or two for parades, different things. For Al, looking tall was a big deal, and he did it well.
So when you talk about his reasoning, that intent, motive to lie, what do you think about that?
I think it would be extremely hard for Al to admit to that. And I think he felt like he would lose face. People would look down on him. These are all my opinions, but I think he felt that we're all going to feel less of him. But we would have respected him even more if he would have said, yeah, I was just trying to make a point. I was just trying to, trying to get it to Corey that, hey, you can't do that, and I think, sometimes we exaggerate to try to make a point. And you can't back it up sometimes, but you try to make a point. And I think it would have been extremely hard, and I think it still is today, for Al to take any other stance.
I'm going to play the video from 9/19/00 forward.
have to say.
Okay, I think the one thing that would clarify that and would relieve any doubt as to this is the three names of the three complainants that I know Lieutenant McCune asked you on a couple occasions. I know Sergeant McCune or Sergeant Siegfried asked you. And now, as the sheriff, I will ask you for the three names of the complainants. And that's another part that I'm going to ask you now as leader of this department. Who are the three people that made the complaints?
They asked to remain anonymous, Sheriff.
Okay. Well, then that's a direct order from me.
Okay, I understand that.
Okay.
I understand that, sir.
All right.
Al, do you have anything else to add at all?
I'm going to stop the video at 9/20/07. In your 44 years in law enforcement, 19 years as a sheriff, have you ever had a deputy failed to obey a direct order from you?
No, and in my entire career as an officer, I have never disobeyed an order from any of my command officers in any way. It's just not allowed.
How did you feel when that happened?
You know, a lot of people were very upset that he, in my opinion, their opinion, disrespected me. And that didn't come from my heart. I felt bad for Al. I thought, come on, Al. And yeah, it's disrespectful to me. I wear this badge because I was elected to do it. I'm still a person. I felt bad.
I'm gonna play the video from 9/39/24 forward.
I just want to be clear for the record how Lieutenant Hume became involved, and that was because Deputy Whitaker, not because of you.
Correct. Is there any way I can get a water?
Yes, absolutely.
I'm gonna stop the video at 9:39:49. Was it important for you that a deputy, such as Deputy Waterman in this case, if he would have came and self-reported, or if he would have came even after this whole thing started, and said, hey, I screwed this up?
Absolutely. And that was my hope. I was hoping at any moment to get a phone call from Al or from Kurt. Maybe for some resolution. I was hanging on that hope. I don't like to see my people fail, and he was failing. I don't like that. I want everybody in my department to learn from mistakes. I want them to move forward from those mistakes. I want them to learn, and I want them to prosper. That's what I do. He was failing. He failed.
Are there some failures that you can't recover from?
There are, and I think sometimes you can help someone to the point, and I've resolved myself to that there was no more I could do. But you can't help somebody that won't help themselves. That's the bottom line. You can't help somebody that won't help themselves. And it was in his, and I said it's in your, in your court. And I was looking for something that I didn't get.
I'm gonna play the video from 10/17/31.
So it has to remain anonymous. You asked me on the 18th if I had the complainant's names, and I said they still ask to remain anonymous. I don't see where me talking to them, I talked to them like you asked me to, and they have to remain anonymous.
Chief Deputy Grimshaw, you have any questions?
Just a couple things, Al, just to clarify. The day that you sent the text to Corey, you said that it just happened, you know what I'm talking about?
Yes, yes.
And then later it was changed to that these people came to you 2 to 3 weeks prior to that.
Correct.
Do you know how many times Corey was at the school from the 12th going back 3 weeks?
I know.
Or do you have the dates that he was there?
He was there on Wednesdays, I know, but I don't know how many times he was there.
Okay, so he was there, prior to the 12th then, going back 3 weeks?
I don't know how far back, but I know he was there on Wednesdays.
He's there every Wednesday?
He was there every Wednesday teaching there.
Okay. And then in reference to the three names, have you told anybody these three names?
No.
Have you told your attorney these three names?
Yeah, I do that.
Okay.
Sorry, Kurt.
I'm just curious, have you told anybody, so you've told nobody?
No.
Okay. That's all I have.
Sure, Johnstone.
Okay, you know, we're kind of winding down here you know, like I said up right up front, Al, I would love to keep you. I think you have a lot of redeeming things for this department that I like to have, but, you know, you're backing me into a corner. I'm gonna give you till Monday to make a decision on, the Southside investigator. We made the offer that you would give those three names to an outside investigator. I'm gonna give you that option to do that. I'll let you talk to Kurt about that, and I want a decision on Monday, in regards to that. Again, I think you understand that, I know you should be fully aware of the fact that you have to give us the three names. It's required for you to do that, and you are going directly against what we're asking.
Okay.
For us to complete an investigation, to clear a deputy's name, to clear your name, and you're refusing to do that. I'm giving you one more opportunity to go through a third party to do that. With that said, I have to ask you this question based upon where we're at today, based upon your failure to cooperate with us, your failure to tell us what we need to complete this investigation. What do you think I should do as the sheriff in this case? In your case, what should I do? What do you think? You put me in this place. What should I do? I'd like to know.
As I said, I would like to stay employed here.
I'd like for you to stay employed here, but you're not giving me a lot.
Okay.
You know? And I think it's all been laid out to you. I don't know how much more I can do for you. But I'm giving you a last chance here. You say there's three people.
Mm-hmm.
Tell me who they are. Tell them to the other investigator so he can qualify who they are. Who, so they can go to these folks and say, okay, tell me about these incidents. You went to Al. I don't care. I don't need to know who they are. I need to know that they actually happened. That's what I need to know. That way, we can walk out of here and we can say, okay, it's all been taken care of. And understanding, and you will have an understanding that you're required to cooperate with an internal investigation about another deputy and an allegation, so we can qualify your complaint or your concern. That's what we're trying to do here.
Okay.
Right now, and I know how you feel. You've got this moral obligation, or you feel like you do. We have the obligation to follow up on it, to keep your credibility strong, to keep our credibility strong, and in the face of the public, to have their trust. If you make an obligation, I'll throw it back on you. If someone had made those allegations against you, you would want answers, would you not?
I'm a little bit different than some.
Well, I would agree.
I'm a little bit different than some.
But if someone accused you of something, you would say, Sheriff, I want answers. I know you well enough.
First of all, I've never accused anybody. Nobody ever accused anybody. There was never any formal complaint. This text message was sent between Corey and myself, thinking that I would get cooperation. I just asked, that's all I asked him for. Sure. Just simple cooperation. Don't feel that it was condescending at all. I just asked Corey for simple cooperation, thinking that the two deputies could take care of this themselves. Didn't feel that I needed to get anyone else involved. Hey, Corey, this is what I've been stressing to the schools.
Sure.
Can you please? And it's escalated to this.
Yeah.
And to me, it's gotten way out of hand.
Agreed. But all's in your court.
Okay.
I mean, you understand you can clear this up by giving those 3 names up.
All's in your court now, and that's what we're trying to resolve here. I do not want to dismiss you. I do not. Make that very clear. But you are backing me into a corner I can't get out of. And I think, you know, it's clear there has to be resolution. One way or other, we have to move forward. We can't continue to go on day to day. You can't go on day to day wondering what's going to happen. When's the next foot going to drop? So, same way with me. I have to run a department. But we start at the very beginning. We start at the basics, and we start with clarity as to what's going on. Right now, we don't have clarity because you're refusing to tell us who these 3 folks are. There's no clarity here. Leaves us with nothing except wondering. Now, I don't have to share those names, but if you're willing to give them to that third party, it's going to, obviously you're in violation because you haven't given those names under a direct order, which you're required to do. There has to be discipline for that, something, somehow. I'm not sure what that is. We haven't got the resolution to it yet. We have to resolve the fact of these 3 people. And it's perfectly okay to say they never existed. And I was trying to make a point, and I was trying to keep it as just trying to make a point. I was trying to make a point. That's all I was trying to do. Perfect. We all do that. We all exaggerate sometimes to try to make a point.
Okay.
We're trying to make a point. That was what's said. If that's what happened, fine. We move forward. That's what we do.
Okay.
And if there's 3 people, then we have to know who they are. Or at least we have to share those with another law enforcement authority so they can follow up on that.
Okay.
We know, like you said, are concerned. I can't imagine why that would be an issue in this department. As easygoing and as friendly and as cooperative as we are, I can't imagine that being a problem, but I'm not in their shoes. But I can tell you that's not ever accepted in this department. You are not allowed to retaliate against anyone in this department. You know that.
Mm-hmm.
We have I would never, ever allow that to happen. You know me well, and you know how I run this department. And we're above board always, and we don't allow that kind of stuff to happen. And that's what I'm trying to get through to you, is that we can move forward, but the ball is in your court. And I'll let you talk to Kurt, and you guys can talk, but I do expect something on Monday, Al. One way or other, your decision,
What day is Monday?
but we will move forward.
23rd. 23rd, yeah.
Is it? We're not all quarantined.
So let's just say Monday, 23rd, 4:30 p.m. Kurt, you can just send me an email.
I'll send you an email.
That's fine.
It's probably the easiest way to do it.
Yeah. And I can get that to Sheriff Johnstone.
Yeah.
Sheriff, did you have anything else to add to that? I'll have a couple wrap-up things here.
No, all I can just say, and I can just ask you deep in my heart, let's resolve this thing. Okay? Let's resolve it. I'm willing to do that.
Okay.
But I need your help.
Okay.
We cannot be stuck in the mud.
I agree.
See where we're at.
Yep, I agree.
Kurt, did you have any questions that you wanted to ask, clarify anything? No, anything at all?
I don't have any questions. The only thing I think, if you're looking at
discipline, I would ask that you look at, Al's prior record. My understanding is he doesn't have any prior disciplinary. I'm not aware of him having any incidents at all with any court proceedings where he's been alleged to have been dishonest or anything in his job here. I mean, and I'm sure he will, but I mean, I just would request, Al kind of mentioned that, but he kind of, I don't think he wants to say anything about it, but I mean, that should be considered. My understanding is he doesn't have any prior disciplinary action.
My concern is for his credibility, as you well know, you get into the courtroom, and then the way the academy may look at it, the last thing I would like to see is you being, lose your ability to be a law enforcement officer. However, who knows where that could fall? And that's why we need clarity, we need resolution, and I know how, if you feel like you have a moral obligation not to do this, you have a moral obligation for you and for this department to move forward with this. And if it requires bringing in, I'm willing to do that.
Well, and my understanding is, the way I take it is, if he would provide the names to a third party, and they would interview those people, and they verified that they did speak to Al, at that point, I assume there's no allegation of not being truthful. There's more an allegation of failing to obey a direct order, which is not the same issue, I'm guessing.
Right.
Doesn't have the same ramifications probably with the law enforcement.
And we'd have to look at that just a little bit further, and just to clarify that point, Al, I mean, I do this all the time, both for officers and for agencies. And I mean, I've had these issues come up with ILEA, and they're not pretty proceedings. And I'll tell you, it's the worst thing in the entire world when you have to go up there. I mean, I was just there on December 5th, and you've got all these sheriffs and chiefs of police. There was, Senator Kenny was there, a couple representatives, before the ILEA board. I mean, they can pull that, and nobody in this room has any control over it. And what we're trying to do is prevent that from happening.
Good.
But there has to be something here where, if you make mistakes, you gotta come forward and say, I made some mistakes. Whether you made an argument by authority with 3 people, you said that you're the one that observed these from the camera, these 3 occasions where he rolled through the stop signs by the Minneapolis schools. If these other people didn't exist, you just need to say so. Because the only resolution to this is for you to be 100% truthful and honest. But this is the last opportunity to do that, and it's going to be difficult. I'll tell you, I represent a lot of agencies. I've never seen a department give somebody this many opportunities to come forward and say, hey, I made a mistake. I mean, my experience has been that with these types of situations, if there's even a hint of a credibility issue, departments fire the officer right away. I talked to Kurt previously, and just so you know, there are still implications with Brady and Giglio. And that's something that's out of our control in this room, because there's a U.S. Attorney's Manual, so if you testify in federal court, that dictates what information would have to be disclosed to a criminal defense attorney. We don't get a say in that. But we have an obligation as the county to notify them if there are credibility issues. Again, there have not been any findings made to this point in time, but we're at the point of no return here. So if you don't come forward now and say, I made a mistake, we can't do anything. I mean, there's nothing else that can be done. Sheriff Johnstone has to make findings. There will be conclusions, and you're going to get notice of all that, but he has to do that. That's his requirement. And then Lisa is going to have to make a decision as far as whether the information you provided today presents a credibility issue that would also have to be disclosed. So those are serious issues, and the gravity of the situation is not just the insubordination side of things, but even if you stay here, I want you to be fully aware that if Sheriff Johnstone makes a decision, if you cooperate, provide all the information, come completely clean, let's just say that he retained you as an employee. That does not necessarily mean that there would not be credibility issues that would not be disclosed by the county attorney or by the U.S. attorney. Do you understand that?
Okay.
You understand that that's outside of the county's control, right?
Yep.
Because it's not Sheriff Johnston's decision what the U.S. attorney or the county attorney discloses to a criminal defense attorney. And obviously that would be something that would, be an issue, going forward that you would have to deal with every time you testify in court.
Right.
be cross-examined on that. I mean, I know that there are officers that are on Brady Bucleo list, you know, across the state. It's very difficult. And a lot of times, there are prosecutors in the state that will not prosecute their cases. U.S. attorneys are way more serious about that than what the state prosecutors are. But just want you to be completely clear on that you have no question about it. And it's something after the findings are made and everything else, I'm gonna talk with Lisa about and see what she wants to do with this. But it's not my decision. We're gonna provide things to her and she can review it and make her own independent determination of that, okay? As far as the process going forward, I would just implore you, if now is the time, if you have anything that you wanna say, I mean, if you came out right now and just said, these three individuals don't exist, that's your time to do it. Because after today, there is no more opportunity. The only opportunity on Monday is to say, I would like there to be an independent investigator, and I'll provide the names of those individuals to the independent investigator. But after today, if you don't say, I made a mistake, come fully clean, and admit, you know, hey, I did this, I screwed up, you know, I was wrong, whatever, there will be no more opportunities for that. You understand that?
Yeah, I understand that.
Okay.
Now, I'm not gonna sit here and lie about something that, happened. If it happened, there are three individuals, and I'm not going to keep my job, I'm not gonna sit here and say, because then I would be lying. And I'm not gonna do that.
I just want to make it very clear though, so you know that this is your opportunity to do it. So, I mean, I don't want there to be any dispute, and with the coronavirus stuff going on, this will probably be the last time that you'll have an in-person opportunity to, you know, visit with the sheriff before any decision will be rendered, you know, in your disciplinary case. You understand that too? So the process going forward, Al, is gonna be that Sheriff Johnson's gonna take this under advisement. You make a decision on Monday, notify us. If we don't hear anything, we're gonna assume that's a no. So 4:30 Monday, hard deadline, okay? And if we don't hear anything, Sheriff Johnson's gonna proceed, make his findings, decisions, and the rest of that. You will get a notification, results of the investigation going forward. You know, you'll have the opportunity, if there are things that, you know, you want to submit in writing, you know, in response to that, you're certainly able to do that. That'll all be laid out to you in the next set of notices.
Okay.
But if you came forward and you said right now, hey, I made mistakes, whatever, apologize, show remorse, we can end it today.
Okay.
I want to make sure I'm not missing anything off the top of my head procedurally here. I would assume that time-wise, if you say that you do want a third-party person, that would delay these proceedings a little bit further. I don't know how long that would take, especially with coronavirus. But if you say no to that, there will probably be a decision rendered in the next week or so. Okay? Because obviously everybody has it in their interest, your interest, the county's interest, to get this resolved, and so everybody can move forward, put the issues to bed. Obviously, you're going to remain on paid administrative leave. All prior orders, notices, and everything, as far as this being confidential, still apply. You're not to take any official sheriff's department action. If you do receive a court notice, though, please notify Chief Deputy Grimshaw, obviously because we have obligations for the prosecution of cases that need to be addressed.
Right.
With the coronavirus, though, it doesn't sound like there's going to be any civil or criminal jury trials here for a while. So I don't know what they're doing with suppression hearings or anything like that down here. But just let them know. Otherwise, don't do anything as far as official law enforcement action. They're trying to reschedule everything. I'm guessing since they moved back all the trials, all my pre-trial 3800. So from that administrative hearing on March 20th, 2020, you gave Al until Monday, the following Monday at 4:30 p.m. to provide his answer whether he wanted a third-party investigator.
Right.
Kurt sent an email. Did Al ask for a third-party investigator?
He did not,
Was any other information supplied?
was not.
So then I'm going to turn your attention to Exhibit B.
recognize this?
I do.
Is that a fair and accurate copy of the notice of results of investigation, proposed discipline meeting?
Yes,
And that's your name on there with the date of March 31st, 2020?
it is.
That scheduled a disciplinary meeting for April 8th, 2020 at the sheriff's office, right?
Right.
Based on the policy, you gave him an additional 5 days to respond in writing to you with anything else that he wanted you to consider, right?
Yep.
So the 5-day period ended. During that time, or even after, did he provide any other information, evidence, documents, anything to you to consider?
He did not.
Did he respond at all?
No.
So what happened next after he didn't respond?
Well, we proceeded, with the next step and the letter.
So the next step was the disciplinary meeting on April 8th, 2020. I'm going to direct your attention to Exhibit S, and there's an audio recording there in the folder. It says Waterman Disciplinary Meeting, April 8th, 2020.
Right.
And that was an audio recording that was recorded of the disciplinary meeting?
It was.
Have you reviewed that?
I have.
Fair and accurate?
Yep.
And just explain for the commission, you were not there in person, right?
I was not. It was out of state and was unable to attend the meeting in person because I was in quarantine. Not because I was sick, but because I was given the 14 days that I expect of all my employees, once they've traveled, to stay out of the office. Extremely important that we keep the office as sterile as we can, and that meant that I stayed home.
So I'm going to play a portion of this here.
However, you have given me, good morning all.
So I'm going to start the video, or the audio recording, excuse me, at 2:21, and I'm going to turn it down a little bit here.
Hey Al, first say I'm sorry that I'm not there personally. Would like to have been there. I've been out of state because of that. I'm following my own rules and I'm in quarantine. But first let me say that this is one of the most difficult decisions I've had to make in my 19 years as sheriff. Al, I had a great deal of confidence and faith in you, and I feel that you have failed me and the office. I would like to thank you for your years of service with the sheriff's office. I wish what I had to do today was avoidable. However, you have given me no other options. I must do what is right for the office. I have reviewed everything, and your employment is being terminated.
Okay.
Thanks, Scott, for the paperwork for you.
Brett's going to hand you the formal termination letter there, Al. I'm going to stop it at 3:13 into the audio recording, and I'm going to pull up Exhibit A. Do you recognize this document? What is it?
It's the termination letter.
And in this letter, did you provide some information to Al regarding the reasons for your decision?
Yes.
What were the reasons for your decision, just if you want to summarize?
Now, I just felt, that, and I can read it because it best summarizes it the best, is that, they reflect negatively on the department and the office, and that his cannot be excused for lack of integrity, discipline, and respect for his superiors, including myself. I believe that his misconduct had implications for the entire department. I know we were all on edge. We worked for 2 months on this thing, and I know that's part of it, but everybody was in turmoil. His behavior was disheartening, and it just showed a pattern of disrespect for our process, for the policies, for the command staff, for me, and it was a pattern. It just went through the whole thing, and I do certainly believe we gave him every chance to make it right, and I certainly believe it's most important that for the image of the sheriff's office that we maintain a very high standard.
So you indicated that you reviewed everything, you considered the aggravating factors and mitigating factors.
Yes.
At the end of the day, you testify that no prior disciplinary issues, very neat, professional, came to work, showed up on time, otherwise good employee.
Right.
Why did the scales tip for you from some form of other discipline to termination?
I think dishonesty, and I think that that was the big one for me, and then insubordination, something that we just simply can't have within a sheriff's office. We are paramilitary. You have to follow the command of a superior officer, unless it's illegal, of course. You have to show respect towards them. And I think the bottom line is, and I still don't believe that there ever were 3 people. I think Al is lying about this. I think he's being dishonest about this. And I think that boils down to me that, that we can't have someone like that on the sheriff's office. We can't have someone that my fellow deputies can't trust, that the court can't trust, that the defense attorneys can't trust, that the judge can't trust, that I can't trust, and the people out there. You know, part of my job is not only to protect, you know, and run my office, but to also hold the integrity of the department together, and also to protect the folks out there, the people that I have sworn the duty to protect. And those are my reasons. I can't trust him. And insubordination, they're fatal errors. They tip the scale. I mean, we talk about that, you know, certain things that push it over the edge. But for me, it's that trust issue, and not being forthright, and not being, you know, to the point of trustworthy. I think the people look for us to be that. We wear a star for a reason. And I think that, along with the insubordination, put together, tips the scale way, way into the point of discipline. And I have 5 command staff that are about as fair people as you will ever meet. All of us agreed that we wanted to work through this if Al would do one thing: own it. If he would just own it, if he would admit to this thing and move on. We all agreed that, and the entire staff agreed that the only option we had was discipline, if he didn't own it.
Is there anything else that you would like the commission to know, Sheriff Johnstone?
Well, I would, and I would like to tell you that this has been very stressful, not only in the department, but me. And I'm sure it's taken a couple years of my life. But I will tell you, I have an obligation to do this. And as difficult as it is, I have to do it. I don't like it, but it's up to me to do it. I would ask for you to affirm my decision, not only not for me, but for the department and for the people of Des Moines County. I think it's important we make the right decision here. I wish it wasn't so, but it has been, without question, the most difficult time in my entire career. But we have to move forward.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Should we take a break now, or?
Yeah, and then come back, and then do you have questions for Mr. Johnstone?
I should have a few.
You should, okay, let's do that. So then, Mike?
Yep.
You've been sworn in as a witness, so that we won't redo that when you get back,
Yes, ma'am.
but you'll be our first up.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
So we'll break for lunch.
Yeah, that's right, that's a good time.
Yeah,
I
that's
probably don't
what
have a
it's-
lot of questions,
Yeah.
but I probably have some more witnesses anyway, so.
We all need our brains refreshed.
Thank you, Sheriff.
Thank you.
That everybody-
you.
take any evidence they want. I would point out, I don't believe we've ever been provided S5, which is the 2000, or the February 17th video for the school. So,
On that, just to point out, on the audio recording,
Yeah,
and then there's the audio recording from the March 20th, 2020 interview, and it's in the transcript as well. I had actually went through that with Al at the time, and he acknowledged that he did have a copy of that.
okay,
There was the document from Sheriff Johnstone from March 31st that was asked about here on the projector screen. There's a list of those videos, and the only ones that were referenced were ones that were from February 12th, but those dates weren't there. That was just to specify those ones. So they were previously provided.
okay. Okay. Anything else, Mr. Dow?
no.
So like, there's no closing statements, that's not something you do.
I mean, do you have a closing statement, anybody?
I do, but I think he has an opportunity to offer any witnesses that he has.
Oh, okay, I thought they didn't have any.
No, I do have a witness.
Okay,
Good deal, I'm sorry, I misunderstood.
I'm sorry, I misunderstood as
Get-
well.
Let my caffeine catch up, and I'll be with you in a little bit here. I promise.
You ready?
Yes, anytime,
I'm
it's all
gonna
yours.
Call Al Waterman.
Good on the swearing in?
You've already been sworn in once.
Yep, okay.
Albert, just restate your name for the record.
Al Waterman.
Okay. And, Al, you've already testified, I'm not gonna go through all your testimony with you again. I'm just gonna have you address a couple things that have come up, factual issues.
Okay.
From the last time that you testified.
Okay.
And Deputy Whitaker indicated that during the phone call, you would not tell him why these three people didn't want to provide their names. You just said it was none of his business. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes.
Is that your recollection of how that phone call took place?
No.
What did you specifically tell Deputy Whitaker about why you could not provide the names?
Because they asked to remain anonymous.
And there's also been testimony about this February 18th conversation that you had with Lieutenant McCune in his truck. And during that conversation, did you explain to Lieutenant McCune that you had already spoken to the individuals, the three individuals?
Yes, I did.
And did you tell him that they had, once again,
Asked to remain anonymous.
okay. So after he spoke to you on the 13th and asked you to contact him, you did do that?
Correct.
And they all, once again, said that they wanted to remain anonymous.
That is correct.
And then that's what you told him in that meeting in his
Yes.
truck. It's also come up about possibly having a third party conduct an interview, and you did not want to do that, did you?
No.
Why is that?
They asked to remain anonymous.
And even if the third party conducted it, would they be able to remain anonymous?
No, sir.
Sheriff Johnstone brought up some issues he had. He thought that for some reason maybe you just didn't want to admit that you made up this text message
Okay.
somehow. Is that correct? Did you make up a text message?
I did not.
Now, you've already indicated that the substance of the text message was somewhat wrong, wasn't it?
I'm sorry, what?
The substance of the text message was somewhat wrong,
Yes,
as far as when you were contacted by people.
that's correct.
And you were given a number of times that you could have, I guess, come in and said you made this all up, weren't you?
Yes.
And did you do that?
No.
Would that have been easier than going through this?
That would have meant me lying. That this situation wasn't true, and that there weren't any individuals.
So even though that might have been an easier way out, you didn't do that?
No.
Is that because you've not lied about anything?
That's correct.
Okay, I have no other questions.
I have no questions for Mr. Waterman. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Waterman.
Thank you.
that the last of the witnesses?
That is, and just in regard to exhibits, we had identified some exhibits, but they've already come in through the county, so I don't plan to do anything else.
Okay.
There's no reason to give you two of anything.
Right,
So,
correct.
but you can all, just looking at our exhibit list, it shows what they are.
Yeah.
So unless anyone wants them, I've got copies, but
Yeah, I think they're pretty complete.
sure. Okay.
Videos and everything, so, okay. Before. That's what I think. I was thinking it was toward the end.
We're just an administrative.
Okay, we're gonna go into closed session for deliberations. Before we do, I have Joe that would like to kind of remind everyone.
Well, I'm sorry, I just want to ask one more time. Do you gentlemen make any kind of closing statements?
I would like to.
That's up to the commission, I think, whether you guys want.
As we said at the beginning of
It's
this,
up to you.
whatever you gentlemen want to do, we're here to listen, so please.
It's really
If that's something you wanna
It's really
do.
what's best for the outcome of this trial.
Yes.
I mean, and as Joe stated earlier, you know, it's Mr. Waterman's career, it's life-changing, so we want what's best. And if you wanna do a closing statement, if you change your mind, would like to do one after he's done his, we appreciate that.
Well, obviously, if the county's giving one, we'll do one,
Okay,
so
good
that's
deal.
fine.
Sounds reasonable.
Can I have about 1 minute to turn on the projector and plug in here?
I know what your 1 minute's on. Got you figured out, I know.
My 1 minute really is 1 minute. Can you read that? We need to turn the other bank off. No, it's fine.
Makes sense, down a little bit off that side.
I am ready.
Good.
First off, on behalf of Sheriff Mike Johnstone, Des Moines County, and myself, I want to thank you for your attention in this matter. As you indicated at the beginning, this is a very important matter, not only for Sheriff Johnstone and the county, but for Mr. Waterman. And he has every right, just as the county does, to have due process. And we want to take this opportunity to thank you for your time, for paying attention, for listening, for hearing all of the evidence and taking that into consideration in this matter. It's a very important process from the start to the finish, and hearing and evaluating the evidence in this case. At the very beginning, I'd asked that you wait until all the evidence was in before you gave your judgment in this case. There's been a lot of evidence, there's been a lot of different videos and audio recordings, and I just want to take you through a few fine points before we conclude today. You heard Chief Deputy Grimshaw reference Iowa Code Section 341A.11, and I've highlighted a portion of the Iowa Code section that I just want to bring up a few issues for you here this afternoon. So the code allows this commission to make a decision in this case. It also allows the code, or it also allows this commission to consider conduct on behalf of Mr. Waterman that was either dishonest, immoral, if he was committing insubordination, discourteous treatment of a fellow employee, or any other act or commission tending to injure the public, or any other willful failure to properly conduct oneself, or any willful violation of the provisions or the rules adopted under the code. It also specifies dishonest, disgraceful conduct, and then in subsection 7 it indicates that any other act or failure to act or to follow reasonable regulations prescribed by the sheriff, which in the judgment of this commission is sufficient to show the offender to be unsuitable or unfit for employment. Sheriff Johnstone is asking you to affirm his decision, his order terminating Deputy Waterman's employment. There have been 4 broad categories that policy violations were included under, including insubordination. And as you see here, under the Iowa Code, insubordination is listed as one of the causes for termination of Deputy Waterman's employment. The highlighted sections apply to this case, including dishonest, disgraceful conduct, and then number 7, any failure to follow reasonable policies. Not only was Deputy Waterman insubordinate with Lieutenant McCune on the 18th, he was insubordinate with Sergeant Siegfried and Lieutenant Williams on the 25th, and then he was insubordinate to Sheriff Johnstone on March 20th, 2020. The reason why these code sections exist is to ensure that the public is protected, but also that paramilitary organizations like the Sheriff's Office can maintain order and efficiency. If we have a deputy sheriff that's insubordinate and has an issue with following orders, in a case such as this, it's very simple, very straightforward. This whole thing stemmed from some questionable text message, or a questionable text message from Deputy Waterman to Deputy Whitaker. Could have been cleared up from the very beginning. But in this case, it spiraled from a text message into dishonest conduct, into other allegations, to interference with another investigation, internal affairs matter, looking at Deputy Whitaker, and continued downhill from there. This commission has the ability under the code to fully hear and determine the matter and either affirm, modify, or revoke such order. You have an awesome power before you that you get to decide whether Sheriff Johnstone was correct in ordering Deputy Waterman terminated. And you have the ability under the code to modify that, affirm that decision, or issue some other decision if you would like to do that. That is within your discretion as this commission. Sheriff Johnstone and Sheriff's Office has the burden of proof. We have to show, more likely than not, that Deputy Waterman committed the violations alleged. A formal administrative investigation conducted by Lieutenant Williams and Sergeant Siegfried concluded that Deputy Waterman committed the violations that were alleged under the policy. All of the command staff, all 6 members of the command staff, reviewed all of the evidence. They all unanimously agreed that the violations committed by Deputy Waterman actually occurred. They all agreed in the termination of Deputy Waterman's employment. All of them. So that preponderance of the evidence standard means more than likely than not. So do you believe more likely than not the sheriff sustained his burden of proof in this case to show that Deputy Waterman committed the policy violations that were alleged? Iowa Code Section 80F.1's Peace Officer Bill of Rights. You've heard some testimony about that. A formal administrative investigation is defined in the code. I bring that to your attention because this was a formal administrative investigation. There is a difference between a formal administrative investigation and an informal inquiry. There's been some testimony with Lieutenant McCune about why he didn't record the conversation with Deputy Waterman on February 18, 2020. And you heard some testimony from various supervisors, including Lieutenant McCune, about this being an informal inquiry. We're in the state of Iowa. Employers have to be able to have conversations with employees to try to resolve matters at that level. We cannot have a situation where we're recording every single conversation between employer and employee. The code reflects this, and it says, and it specifically allows, an informal inquiry to occur. And that's what Lieutenant McCune did. The entire purpose of that conversation with Deputy Waterman on February 18th, 2020 was to try to identify these individuals so he could validate whether they in fact existed. He told Deputy Waterman that if he supplied that information, there's no problem. It's done. It's over. There. Nip the problem in the bud. Where this spiraled out of control was Deputy Waterman's conduct, including being insubordinate to Lieutenant McCune. That's the point that this transitioned from an informal inquiry into a formal administrative investigation. And at that time, Lieutenant McCune said, I have to back out from this. I'm placing you on paid administrative leave. He contacted the other supervisors, notified them of that, and ultimately Sheriff Johnstone assigned Lieutenant Williams to perform the investigation with the assistance of Sergeant Siegfried. So that's where the formal administrative investigation came in. It was only once Deputy Waterman was insubordinate to Lieutenant McCune that that issue came up. It was his actions that dictated a formal administrative investigation would occur. And I highlighted here under subsection 4 of ADF1, subsection B, an interview does not include questioning as part of any informal inquiry or questioning related to minor infractions of agency rules which will not result in the removal, discharge, suspension, or other disciplinary action against the officer. It's right in the code. The code accounts for the fact that supervisors have to be able to have conversations with employees. That's why there's no audio recording between Lieutenant McCune and Deputy Waterman on the 18th. That's why there's no audio recording of the conversation that was mediated between Deputy Whitaker and Lieutenant McCune and Deputy Waterman from the 13th. It wasn't required. Deputy Waterman wasn't even the target of that inquiry. It was Deputy Whitaker. But through his own actions and conduct, Deputy Waterman became subject to a formal administrative investigation. Now, there's been much to do about process in this case. I want to go over some of the process issues from the code because you have due process rights, but you also have rights under the Bill of Rights. And I've highlighted subsection 8 of ADF1 that states the officer shall have the right to have legal counsel present at the officer's expense during the interview of the officer. The county allowed Deputy Waterman to have an attorney and union representation throughout the entire process. That's his legal right. Sheriff Johnstone testified to the importance of due process. By code, by state law, he only had to have the right to have an attorney present during the interview. And we can parse words on what a hearing is or isn't. There were questions that were asked of Deputy Waterman on March 20th, 2020. That is absolutely correct. So whether it's an interview or administrative hearing or both, because it can be both, it's irrelevant. At every stage, he had an attorney and he had his union representatives there, even though the code does not require that. Number 9, this is a very important point. If a formal administrative investigation results in the removal, discharge, or suspension, or other disciplinary action against an officer, copies of any witness statements and the investigative agency's report shall be timely provided to the officer upon request of the officer. Sheriff's Office, by Sheriff Johnstone's direction, provided Deputy Waterman throughout this process copies of reports, which were statements, from other officers, including Lieutenant McCune, Lieutenant Williams. They provided him those documents in advance of various stages, including the March 20th, 2020 administrative hearing. He received thumb drives with videos, audio recordings. He had these things even though the sheriff's office was under no legal obligation to provide those to him. Sheriff Johnstone met or exceeded minimum due process protections. So we talked about the attempt on February 13th, 2020 for Lieutenant McCune to resolve this matter informally. This could have happened if Al would have given information to validate the allegations concerning Deputy Whitaker. Deputy Waterman's rights do not trump Deputy Whitaker's rights. There is an allegation made of criminal wrongdoing, allegedly by 3 members of the public, against a deputy who is on duty in a marked squad car. That has to be looked into. The public trust dictates that has to be looked into. If the sheriff's office didn't look into that matter, that would be bad for the sheriff's office. That would look horrible. But that's not what happened in this case. The sheriff's office did look into it. It was only because of Deputy Waterman's actions that they were able to go no further with the investigation. On the night of February 13, 2020, Lieutenant McCune called Deputy Waterman to take him up on his own offer to Deputy Whitaker. Try to get those names. Said, hey, I'm coming to Minneapolis school. Let's do it on the 18th. He had 5 days. So how does Deputy Waterman use those 5 days? Comes around February 18th, Deputy Waterman's at the school. Lieutenant McCune goes there. Asked, hey Al, how's your day going? On the stand, Deputy Waterman denied that he said that, but in the audio recordings from the interviews, you'll actually see, and in the transcript, he acknowledged, yeah, you did ask me that. There are a number of inconsistencies, but that's a fine detail because right after Lieutenant McCune asked, how's your day going, Al? I'm here to get the names. Deputy Waterman responds, well, I haven't talked to him yet. Says, hey, haven't chatted with them. I can ask him. Lieutenant McCune has him get in the truck. Why haven't you talked to him? I told you I was coming up here on the 18th to get those names. There's a long back and forth, 15, 20 minutes. Lieutenant McCune testified that he pled with Deputy Waterman to provide those names to him. He didn't even just ask for the names. He asked for other information, including were they students, faculty, parents, so he could try to validate the information that Deputy Waterman was saying. Still, Deputy Waterman would not provide that information. He's tried to make it seem like it was all this information about names. That's not the case. You heard testimony from all the supervisors talking about being able to validate the information that Deputy Waterman provided. At every turn, he tried to dodge this process and not provide information so they could validate the information. That's because these people don't exist. They never existed. They were made up. Exhibits M and M1. Lieutenant McCune, when he placed Deputy Waterman on paid administrative leave, he provided him notice of the allegations. He's required to provide a summary of the complaint. Deputy Waterman received that. He knew what the issues were. There were policies specified. He had said, hey, we're scheduling an interview for you this date, this time. The sheriff's office accommodated that interview by pushing it back per Deputy Waterman's request so that he could have his attorney there on the 25th. He was also allowed to have legal counsel present in proceedings not required under the Peace Officer Bill of Rights, including the disciplinary meeting on April 8th, 2020. Code doesn't say you can have one at a disciplinary meeting. It says an interview. But once again, the sheriff's office wanted him to have those due process protections. It's important to have the assistance of counsel. We had Union Steward Deputy Adam Plain, as you heard testimony, and then Annika McVeigh present during the interview. well, Ms. McVeigh wasn't present during the interview. She was present at the hearing. Mr. Pleen was present during the interview. And then at the disciplinary meeting, throughout this entire time, he's had the assistance of counsel and his union. So under the code, we talked about this. They're only required to provide documents after the process. But Deputy Waterman admitted under oath that he received documents as follows in advance of that. There were school videos the sheriff provided from February 12th, 2020 and February 17th, 2020. He admitted that he received the notice of administrative hearing, Exhibit F. He received all the reports that were attached to it, and they're listed on the slide here. He also admits that on March 31st, he received the notice of the results of the investigation. The investigation started February 18th, 2020. It was completed March 31st, 2020. Just over a month. He received all of that. Again, the sheriff's office was not obligated to provide any of that to him. And then, on top of that, the county paid for transcripts to be made and provided that to his counsel and for these proceedings so that Deputy Waterman would have the opportunity to review the transcripts and respond to anything that he wanted to. There is no obligation whatsoever to provide transcripts. Deputy Waterman exercised his right, recorded the interviews, which is fine. But reading from a transcript is a little bit different than having to go back through several hours of audio recordings, and it makes it easier for somebody to address any issues or concerns. Deputy Waterman had numerous opportunities to come forward from February 18th, or even going back to February 12th when he sent the text message to Deputy Whitaker and say, hey, I was doing an argument by authority. As Sheriff Johnstone testified, I was exaggerating, but he didn't do it. Once Deputy Whitaker called Deputy Waterman on the phone, and then after that brought Lieutenant McCune in, Deputy Waterman's actions just tried to dig himself deeper and deeper into the hole. And there were more lies told, there was more mistruths, there was more information that was omitted, and it just continues to snowball. Deputy Waterman stated that he had no reason, no motive. I've known Al Waterman since 2004. Al is a very nice man. He is a very nice man. Everybody said was a good employee prior to February 12, 2020. Everybody. Nobody disputes that. But as you heard Chief Deputy Grimshaw say, he believed that even if Deputy Waterman, which we know, made a mistake in reviewing those videos, once that he was called out about the 3 individuals that did not exist, rather than admitting they don't exist, he went further and further and further into the hole. And why did he do that? He did not want to admit that he was wrong. He didn't want people to think that he was being dishonest. As Sheriff Johnstone testified, he was making a claim against a senior deputy, even though he tried to resolve it on his own between them, which violated the policy, mind you. He did not want people to look at him differently. Out of pride, maybe, that he didn't want to admit his mistakes. Regardless, he didn't admit them. That's on Deputy Waterman. At every step of the way, at any point in time, Sheriff Johnstone's had an open door policy. He could have came to Sheriff Johnstone and said, you know what, I exaggerated, I didn't have the 3 names, or I just made them up, whatever. And Sheriff Johnstone testified that he would have kept him or tried to find a way around this. Sheriff Johnstone didn't have to provide all these opportunities for him to come forward. He had, in addition to the administrative interview on the 25th, after that he was given another opportunity to come forward on March 20th, 2020. That was before Sheriff Johnstone personally. He was given a direct order to identify the names of the 3 individuals. Why? Not because Sheriff Johnstone wanted the names. He wanted to be able to validate that those people existed. Because the whole thing started because of these 3 individuals that didn't exist. Deputy Waterman stated that this just happened on February 12th. Well, when the sheriff's office went back to look at that video, they were unable to verify that anybody approached him in the 30-minute time from 11:11 to 11:48 when he sent that text message. When they had a conversation on February 18th, Lieutenant McCune told Deputy Waterman that they were going to go back and look at the video. So what's he conveniently do? 5 days or so later, he gets to his administrative interview on the 25th. And then he changes the story and says, oh, they really came to me a couple, 3 weeks before. I'm not exactly sure when they came. So by that time, as Lieutenant Williams testified, the video, to be able to go back and verify that actually happened, didn't exist anymore. Then, for the first time, he admits, or he states in his administrative interview, that he contacted the individuals on the 17th to advise them that his supervisor wanted their names, and he said that he had a conversation with them at the school. He also says for the first time that these were 3 high school age boys, and he talked to them somewhere on the school property while he was on duty working a basketball game. So when the sheriff's office goes, Chief Deputy Grimshaw gets the video. He watches over 3 hours of video from the 17th, unable to find Deputy Waterman meeting with a group of 3 people, unable to verify the information once again. Deputy Waterman doesn't know, conveniently, where he had this conversation with these individuals. He said originally that when he was approached by these individuals, they were separate. He told Lieutenant McCune that. He told Deputy Whitaker that. Then, when he gets to his administrative interview on the 25th, he says that they were in a group. And then on the 20th, he tells me, when I asked him the question, that they were separate. This is all in the evidence. He's all over the place with his statements. Start viewing this in the totality of the circumstances, it's not just one isolated incident. It's a pattern here. A pattern of omissions, a pattern of dishonest, misleading, evasive conduct that cannot be tolerated. As I said, he was provided opportunities. One of those other opportunities was after he had all of the investigation materials, he was given another 5 days to submit anything that he wanted in writing to Sheriff Johnstone to consider. He never did. He didn't submit anything. Even after that, even after the March 20th, 2020 administrative hearing, Sheriff Johnstone reversed his prior position and said, I will bring in a third-party outside investigator and allow you to supply information, the names to that third-party person. Because I don't care about the names. I just want to verify that these people in fact exist. Deputy Waterman did not take him up on that offer. So not only do we have blatant insubordination, a pattern with 3 supervisors plus Sheriff Johnstone for a total of 4, we have unprofessional conduct, we have a failure to follow the process and procedure for reporting allegations of misconduct under the policy, and then we have integrity violations, dishonest conduct, misleading statements, evasive conduct throughout. And these are heavily documented in the written reports that are in the record. At no time did he submit any witnesses, any statements. You do not see the 3 individuals here today. You had the opportunity to call any witnesses to this proceeding here today. You do not see any 3 witnesses, nor did he present 3 witnesses to support what he was saying. At this point in time, it's solely his word. None of the information he's provided with regard to these individuals can be verified because they don't exist. With regard to his bona fide justification, that's his defense. So under one of the policy provisions for insubordination, his defense is my morals, my word. Okay? He's trying to control the process. He doesn't get that decision. He's a sheriff's deputy. Those policies exist for a reason. Okay? If a command officer gives you an order, a lawful order in an internal affairs investigation or an informal inquiry, you have to follow that. You don't get to pick and choose which policies or which orders you're going to follow. It was a lawful order that was given to him by Lieutenant McCune, by Sergeant Siegfried, by Lieutenant Williams, and Sheriff Johnstone. And he did not obey those orders. It says right in the code that insubordination is grounds for discipline, including termination of his employment. But not only do we have the insubordination, we have the other dishonest, immoral, unprofessional conduct, plus the failure to follow the policy. The policies are reasonable policies. They're enacted to ensure that there's discipline, there's public trust with the sheriff's office. If we don't have those policies and procedures in place, the public will lose confidence in the sheriff's office and in the sheriff, who is an elected official. Des Moines County citizens elected him sheriff. He is the only law enforcement officer in Des Moines County that's elected. He's a chief law enforcement officer of the county. He has an obligation to them, and he took an oath to them to protect them. This is a very minor incident that spiraled out of control. It goes from allegedly rolling through stop signs into this whole big thing that could have been resolved from the very beginning with simple, hey, I screwed up, from Deputy Waterman. But it's his conduct. This isn't about Deputy Whitaker. We're not here to talk about Deputy Whitaker. We're not here to talk about elections, campaigns. We're not here to talk about any of that. We're talking about Deputy Waterman's conduct. That's it. That's the only thing that we're here to talk about, is his conduct and his actions. And every turn, what Sheriff Johnstone and all the command staff has said is that his actions have backed them into a corner. How can we keep somebody like that, where he's been dishonest, insubordinate? Because I'll tell you what, I represent law enforcement across the state, and I have been on the side where Mr. Dial is sitting right now. I have had officers that have been where Deputy Waterman is sitting today, and I've been on the agency side. And if we have something where we have a use of force incident, where Deputy Waterman is out there and he's on the side of the road and he's fighting with somebody and it's his word against somebody else's, are we going to expect Sheriff Johnstone to come in and back him after he's been shown through a formal administrative investigation to be dishonest, to fail to follow orders? What happens if you have members of the sheriff's office that are on a call with Deputy Waterman and one of the supervisors gives Deputy Waterman an order to do something? Is he just going to not follow it because he doesn't want to, because he thinks he's got a better reason or a bona fide justification to not follow that policy? That can get somebody killed. Again, Al is a nice man, a very nice man. But just because you're a nice person, or you've got a good employment history, does not excuse the conduct in this case. Yes, he had no progressive discipline. We're not even going to count the written cautioning. We don't care about that. He had no prior instances of conduct. But in this case, the misconduct was so severe that termination has to be the result. Because if we put him up on a criminal stand, every single time that he would arrest somebody, write them a ticket, they have a right to a jury trial. And every single time, a criminal defense attorney has the right to receive that information under Brady and Giglio. And that will now be discussed, most likely by the prosecuting attorney, with the jurors. And so every time that there's a criminal prosecution, the sheriff's office and the other members of that office are going to be dragged through the mud. That's not fair to them. It's demoralizing. They didn't do anything wrong. It was Deputy Waterman's conduct for why we're here. It's hard enough to find employees today. But to work with somebody that they can't trust and to expect them to go out there in a small agency with 24 deputies, that's too much to ask for. Not to mention, it's too much to ask for the public. Deputy Waterman received the actual reasoning and rationale for the proposed decisions. He received and he heard from Lieutenant McCune, Lieutenant Williams, Chief Deputy Grimshaw, and Sheriff Johnstone. Not one time did he respond to that reasoning and rationale and say, nope, I don't agree with that. The only thing that was asked to be considered through this whole thing was his good work history. From the very beginning, I showed you Exhibit K, which was a letter from Mr. Dial. And that letter was sent February 21st, 2020. And in it, he asserts that there's a political reason for this. You heard testimony. People didn't even know that he was running for sheriff. He never discussed that. Never disclosed it. So what's the first reaction here? I'm running for sheriff. It ends up in a letter to allege that there was a violation of the Peace Officer Bill of Rights, i.e. a political reason for this. So that was used as an attempt to try to dodge the disciplinary process. Because Al knew from the entire time these three people didn't exist. So I'm now going to allege that there's some political reason why this is all happening. Again, that comes after he was already on paid administrative leave in a letter on the 21st. It was never addressed, never brought up. It was never addressed in the administrative hearing, the interview, or through the entire process. Al Waterman and his attorney brought that up. That was never addressed by anybody else. Not one person. We're asking you to find, there's a list of facts in there from Chief Deputy Grimshaw, from Lieutenant Williams, from Lieutenant McCune. We're asking you to find that those policy violations occurred. And I'm not going to go through every single one, but you can look through the exhibits and you can see what facts that the county concluded through the internal affairs investigation supported those policy violations. Some of them include that he actually received the policy, including the standards of conduct policy and the performance policy, and that was on 1/14 of 2020, which is just about a month before this incident. You can't claim, hey, I didn't understand the policy, didn't know it. A month before this thing happens, he got the standards of conduct policy, he read it, he acknowledged it. Personnel complaints policy, Exhibit P, same thing. So 1/28 of 2020, he gets the policy, acknowledges it the same day, which is great. Al was on top of his stuff. 16 days before the incident. And then what does he screw up? He gets the alleged three individuals that come to him and they make allegations towards Deputy Whitaker. Instead of saying, you need to make these allegations to a supervisor, he takes it upon himself to try to address the situation. Regardless, Sheriff Johnstone even said, I understood why you tried to do it. That's wrong. It's not in accordance with the policy. But had Deputy Waterman just done that and referred these individuals to a supervisor or provided that information and followed the policy, we wouldn't be here today because it would have been able to be addressed properly under the policy. There's a reason why that policy exists, and it's so we're not in these situations here today. The other thing about that is Deputy Waterman's a law enforcement officer. So is Deputy Whitaker. So is Sheriff Johnstone. The United States Supreme Court has said that police officers don't lose their constitutional rights. They're still employees. We talked a little bit about Garrity. It's really important to note that in a criminal investigation, once a Garrity warning is given through an internal affairs investigation, no information from the internal affairs investigation can be shared with the criminal investigators, period. Done. There's immunity for that. That's why it's called the Garrity warning. You have to answer truthfully. That's the stipulation to get it, but the information that you receive from it can't be shared as part of the criminal process. So there was some testimony about Deputy Whitaker and speeding, where he was stopped by Deputy Gordy. Completely irrelevant. We're not here because of that. We're here because of Deputy Waterman's conduct. But just for the record, to make very clear, speeding off duty, completely different than speeding on duty in uniform in a marked patrol car where there are allegedly 3 people that have complained about rolling through the stop sign, and based on his text stating to Deputy Waterman, that's just not right, or it's not right. So 3 members of the public, if that actually happened, said that's not right. That is something that the sheriff has an obligation to look into. And Deputy Whitaker told Lieutenant McCune, I don't believe I did it, but if I did it, I'll take the discipline for it. He never tried to dodge discipline. Not one time. The Sheriff's Office policies are reasonable. These policies exist not only to protect the public, but to maintain order and efficiency within the office. If we don't have policies and procedures in place, there'll be lawlessness within the office. Sheriff Johnstone's a very good person. He was obviously very emotional about this process. I don't think that he wanted to have to go through this, especially in the last 6 months of him being the sheriff or so. You saw that from him on the stand. This is not what he wanted to do. At every turn, it was Sheriff Johnstone that said, let's try to find a way to keep him. All the command staff said that. But is this elevated by Al's conduct with further omissions, misleading information, unverified statements, lack of candor with the command staff, they had less and less that they could do. You heard testimony from Sergeant Glendenning talking about different options that they tried to consider to keep him employed. A last chance agreement, but all of those were conditioned on Deputy Waterman coming forward and providing them with information to validate the complaint, admitting what he did, showing remorse, apologizing. You know, it's interesting because I took Deputy Waterman through all the evidence at the very beginning, and I asked him about those policy violations, and the only thing that he disputed was the dishonesty, misconduct allegations. He did not dispute the insubordination, he did not dispute the unprofessional conduct, and he did not dispute that he failed to follow the process and the policy with reporting Deputy Whitaker. He never apologized to Sheriff Johnstone. To his face, he was blatantly insubordinate. Never apologized to that man. 44 years in law enforcement, he had never had anybody be that insubordinate to him. We cannot have somebody on the Des Moines County Sheriff's Office that is going to fail to obey orders, but to be that blatantly disrespectful to Sheriff Johnstone when he's put his entire career on the line for Des Moines County is unacceptable. Iowa Code Section 80F1.13, or 80F1.1, subsection 13, I believe. It states, an officer shall have the right to pursue civil remedies under the law against a citizen arising from the filing of a false complaint against the officer. Here's another reason why we have to investigate allegations of misconduct concerning law enforcement officers. People file false complaints all the time in this country. Law enforcement's under attack, unfortunately. So the code includes this provision. So when Deputy Waterman made allegations against Deputy Whitaker, it was important for him to either confirm that the conduct actually occurred, take his punishment, or to verify that the conduct didn't exist. Because that's his good name. And in this job, you only have your reputation. That's it. There's a saying in law enforcement, if you lie, you die. There's two things that really can get you fired in law enforcement. One of them, insubordination, and the other one, lying. Those policies exist to ensure that all law enforcement officers are allowed to have the allegations of wrongdoing investigated and determined whether they're sustained, not sustained, exonerated. That's their right. We ask them to go out there and put their lives on the line for our communities, but we don't even allow them, in this case Deputy Whitaker, to have a full investigation because of Deputy Waterman's conduct in failing to provide information as ordered by 4 different members of the command staff. So what ends up happening then is Deputy Waterman, who says that there's 3 individuals, again, that don't exist, steps into the shoes of those individuals and now the complainant. And you now have him filing a false complaint, even though he says that he wanted that handled, which even if he did, that's his intent. If he says that he wanted that handled between deputies, thought I could resolve it with a text message, phone call, that's fine. But the situation spiraled out of control from there. And just because that's what Deputy Waterman wanted, that doesn't take into account what Deputy Whitaker wanted or what his legal rights were. It's right there in the code. So the 1010 policy was addressed at length. And these are process type issues that Al Waterman got so much due process, he got an excessive amount of due process at every turn. I've represented departments across the state. Nobody provides the kind of due process like Mike Johnstone in the Des Moines County Sheriff's Office. Nobody. I wrote the code amendments that are pending before the legislature under the Peace Officer Bill of Rights. He would even exceed those. So under the policy, it says personnel complaints including allegation of misconduct or improper job performance that, if true, would constitute a violation of office policy or federal, state, or local law, policy, or rule. Personnel complaints may be generated internally or by the public. Sheriff Johnstone testified that, hey, if 2 employees have a problem, that should be their first step. Try to go resolve it amongst themselves. Deputy Waterman had the right to file a complaint if he wanted to against Deputy Whitaker. Absolutely. And as an employee, you don't have the right to confront your accusers under federal law. So if he wanted to file a complaint, remain anonymous, he could have went to one of the supervisors and said, hey, Deputy Whitaker is rolling through some stop signs. I need you to address this. He didn't do that. He had that opportunity to do it. Never asked any questions of any of the supervisors about that 1010 policy or the standards of conduct policy. If he wanted this addressed, there was another way to do it. He didn't do it right way. But beyond that, he then lied. And then he started down that road, and then he was insubordinate about it to cover up the lie. The whole reason why the insubordination issue came up was because of the lies. That's why. This is just telling. 3 times through this process, February 25th, 2020, then again on March 20th, 2020, I think it was actually twice on the 20th. He said he was sticking to the story. Very odd thing to say. In the administrative interview, he also said the fact that I lied. This is in the audio if you wish to play it on your own. He says the fact that I lied. It's just an odd thing to say. Maybe he misspoke, maybe he didn't. Maybe he just didn't give a very good interview. But you heard from all these command staff that reviewed the evidence, including people that were personally there. They don't believe him. They don't find him credible. So how can we expect the public to trust him if his own fellow co-employees and supervisors don't believe what he's saying? We cannot ask that Sheriff Johnstone retain him as an employee in a situation where he will not admit wrongdoing. He shows no remorse. He's got a pattern of insubordination. And on top of that, he says things like, I'm still sticking to the story. Of course he was, because it's a story. It's not factual. And again, there's no factual support at any level. The evidence has shown that there's no support for it. And out of all of this, Deputy Waterman was advised, which no departments do, unfortunately, that he could lose his law enforcement certification from this, which is it's a significant issue. Sheriff Johnstone has the power under the code to refer this matter to the Iowa Law Enforcement Academy Council for them to consider decertifying or suspending his certification as a law enforcement officer. I brought that issue up with Mr. Dial. I made that very clear during the administrative hearing, put it in writing. Al stated he understood that. Even after all that, Sheriff Johnstone took the least amount of discipline possible and just said, you can't be employed here anymore. And what we didn't play on the little portion of the administrative hearing that was left was of the April 8th disciplinary meeting, was Sheriff Johnstone saying, Al, I've got to refer this matter, I've got to submit a report to the ILEA on a form saying that you're separated from employment, but I'm not going to make a recommendation one way or another. Because Sheriff Johnstone, that's within his discretion. ILEA is going to do their own investigation, and they're going to decide what they're going to do. Sheriff Johnstone, again, gave Al the benefit of the doubt and chose the least amount of punitive action possible, just saying, you can't work here anymore. ILEA is going to do what they're going to do. County attorney is going to do what she's going to do. On Brady Giglio, federal prosecutor is going to do the same thing. But again, at every single turn, Sheriff Johnstone tried to provide opportunity after opportunity after opportunity. Al says that his morals don't allow him to identify these 3 individuals. Again, they don't exist, and the insubordination and the other actions were all to cover that up. But at the end of the day, this is a very blatant case through all of the evidence where he was dishonest, he was evasive, he was insubordinate, he failed to follow the policies regarding reporting allegations of misconduct, and he was unprofessional. What Sheriff Johnstone is asking you to do is to affirm his decision terminating Al Waterman's employment. Thank you.
A couple things. I know we've been here a long time. Procedurally, I want to talk about one thing, and I'm sure you guys understand this. Your decision has to be based upon the evidence that's been presented. Evidence is the people that testify and the exhibits. And I say that because we've heard a lot here in the last 10 minutes about things that were never presented as evidence. You've heard apparently Mr. Lincoln wrote a code. You've heard him talk about his other clients that didn't give as much as Sheriff Johnstone. There's no evidence of that, okay? You get up here and say whatever you want as an attorney. You guys have to consider the evidence, just like a trial. People take the oath and they testify. That's what you're bound by. You can't consider things that were never testified to. I'm sure you guys know that, but that's what the law is. That's why you're here. That's why we have cross-examination. In that regard, you heard that, well, the county attorney wouldn't be able to prosecute cases if Al was kept on. Did you hear any testimony from Lisa Schaefer or any member of the Des Moines County Attorney's Office saying that? There was none. No one testified to that. Did you hear anyone from the U.S. Attorney's Office testifying to that? No. You've just heard a closing argument here saying, well, that's what happened. There's no testimony of that. No one came in here and testified. Lisa's been around here all day, 2 days. She could have been called. No one testified to that. You heard broad allegations. Well, if Al's here, we're going to get sued civilly. Did you hear anyone from Des Moines County come in and say, we've contacted our malpractice or our insurance, we're concerned about this? No. There are a lot of broad allegations. That's it. Once again, it's just pointed out by the county that you can call anyone you want here, which is true. As to why apparently Al didn't call 3 people. They could have called Lisa Schaefer. Could have called someone from the U.S. Attorney's Office. Didn't. Now they just got up here and say, well, that's what's going to happen. There's no testimony of that. Another thing that I want to point out here, and I didn't think this would be an issue, was about the political stuff and saying that we're the ones that raised that, which is somewhat true. There was a letter sent initially because Al was running for sheriff, and there was concern about possibly people making decisions in regard to this matter that were also running for sheriff. That's pretty easy to understand that there's a conflict there. The first time Al became aware that Sergeant Glendenning had been involved in this was today when he testified. If you remember Sergeant Glendenning's testimony, he said he never participated in any interviews. He never signed any documents. I would have no way to know that he was involved in this. So yes, there would be no reason to raise that issue till today because I thought it wasn't an issue. Why would anyone think that Sergeant Glendenning had been involved in this? Now, you heard the county try to correct this, and Sergeant Glendenning was asked under oath, well, didn't that letter say the entire command staff? And his answer under oath, mind you, was yes. And when I pointed out to him, where does it say entire? It doesn't. It's a false. You're going to try to get around that by lying here. It's pretty clear that there's a conflict there, and that was brought to the county's attention. And there would be no reason to raise any issue because no one believed that Sergeant Glendenning had been involved in this until he got up here today and testified. A couple other things that have come up. One other thing is, you've heard a lot here about how this only involves Al Waterman. We're only here for his actions. But for some reason, we just spent 30 minutes going through everything the sheriff did to give him due process. You know what? Yeah, Al got reports. He had an attorney for interviews. That's also required. There's an allegation here that he was not required to have an attorney present for this March 20th interview. That's completely false. Under ADF, he was interviewed. He is required to have an attorney there if he wants one. So everything the sheriff did, that's fine. That doesn't change the facts of what happened. I'm glad the sheriff went out of his way to give reports, which he's required to give eventually if there is an investigation and a finding. That's under ADF also. All investigative reports have to be turned over. So keep that in mind. That we spent half an hour talking about that. It's really not relevant to what actually happened. That's what we're here for, to make that determination. Another thing that, if you're going to look at ADF, you can look at ADF 1 sub C, which talks about informal inquiry, which you were told that's what Lieutenant McCune did when he went out and he talked to Al on February 18th. And you just heard that Al wasn't even the subject of this informal inquiry. But under ADF, an informal inquiry is command personnel talking to someone who is the subject of this investigation. So as of February 18th, if this is an informal inquiry, Al was the subject of this investigation. And I think that's important because really that's where a lot of stuff happens. And one thing I want to point out, when we have a jury sitting here, you get jury instructions. And one instruction that's always given is the jury is instructed that it doesn't matter the amount of witnesses or evidence. You don't consider that. You don't say one side had 20 witnesses, their side had 2, so this side wins. That's not the way it works. And the reason I said is because we have heard a lot of witnesses, and we've seen videos over and over, and it's basically all the same thing. There's not that much in dispute. There are 2 or 3 facts. The fact that all these witnesses came in and said the same thing, remember what they did. Some of them didn't do anything. They reviewed reports. If those reports are wrong, their determination's wrong because they're relying on those. But there's lots of witnesses and everything is all the same that they testify to. One thing, I think where we start here is Al has admitted that the text he initially sent was poorly written, so to speak. And that was incorrect. And he's acknowledged that. He said that the first time he was interviewed. The dispute really comes here is this February 18th meeting with Lieutenant McCune and Al. And the county's right. There's no requirement this be recorded. Absolutely right. It would be nice if it was, though, because we have a major dispute about what was said in this interview. Al says at that time, he told Lieutenant McCune, I've already talked to him last night. All McCune wants at that time is just the names. That's all he's focused on. That's it. McCune says that Al never said that. And that's what the county is saying is a discrepancy. That's one of the really about the only discrepancy. And then, if you look at all these reports that everyone generates, it all goes off that. Because they're saying that they took McCune on what he said, as opposed to what Al said. And since McCune said, nope, he didn't say this on the 18th when I talked to him, he's changed the story. It's false. So we go back and we look at videos. But that's it. That's really the discrepancy. Al told McCune on the 18th that he had already talked to him. And they said, I don't want to disclose this. I don't want to disclose their names. Al said that on his interview on the 25th. Same thing. And you guys have the interviews. You should watch them. Al answers questions. He goes through. He explains stuff. And when he was mistaken, he said, I was mistaken. And one thing I think is interesting here is I asked Lieutenant McCune about his report. You have a report from February 18th, and it says nothing about asking Al anything. It says, I want 3 names. That's all that's in that report. And, then compare that with what Lieutenant Williams said. I asked Lieutenant Williams about that. I said, well, isn't it odd that Lieutenant McCune said that he asked Al all these things on the 18th, but nothing's in the report. And at that time, Lieutenant Williams said, well, he probably just didn't remember it. And if you remember, he then asked me, you might have a hard time remembering things. And I pointed out to Lieutenant Williams that the report was written right after, the same day that he spoke to Al. But there's nothing in that report. If this had happened, if you go out there and you're interviewing Al, and since it's an informal inquiry, we know that Al is already the subject of this investigation. You would document everything you guys discuss. That'd be in this report. Most likely you'd record it so there's some verification of what was said. There's nothing in this report about that. Al's testimony has been completely consistent. He told him on the 18th, I've already talked to him. They don't want to give their names. And I would, when you're looking at that, and then Lieutenant Williams says, well, you're going to forget these things. When they ask about Al forgetting things or saying he can't remember, Lieutenant Williams said, no, that doesn't happen. You would remember this. So is that where we're at? If it's people that are testifying for the county, they can forget stuff. That's just common. That happens. But Al's going to remember everything apparently that happened, and when he forgets it, he's lying, because that's what's being said here. Like I said, if you go back and you look at this, really, the only contradictory stuff, everything after the 18th interview is where we have contradictions. We do have a contradiction about the text message that Al sent and how many people it was and when they contacted him, but he's already told you he was wrong. It's written poorly. Everything else is based upon what Lieutenant McCune said on the 18th compared to what Al says happened on the 18th. One other thing I think is very important to remember, and this is something that Al said during the interview, and this is the interview on March 20th. Basically, he says, why would I do this? And that's a very good point. I bet if Al would have said, hey, I lied, you're right, you know what, I lied, he wouldn't be sitting here right now. He'd still be working for the Sheriff's Department. His life would be a lot easier. There's no doubt about that. He could have done that. And as you heard Al say, he didn't, because that's not what happened. Why would he, then you kind of get to this. Why would Al make this up? Testimony is completely undisputed that he has no issue with the other deputy. They get along fine. They're both SRO. There's no issue between them. The testimony is also undisputed that for 18 years, Al has been a very upstanding member of the law enforcement community. Everyone likes him. He's done everything he's supposed to do. He's had no disciplinary action. So I guess my question is, why would he make up a false text and send it to Deputy Whitaker? There's no reason for that. Al gains nothing. Keep in mind, even if he didn't like Deputy Whitaker, if there was some issue between them, sending a text to Deputy Whitaker wouldn't accomplish anything. It's not like he sent it to Deputy Whitaker's lieutenant or sergeant. He sent it to Deputy Whitaker. There is absolutely nothing that Al gains by making this up. If he looked at the video that we've seen 20 or 30 times of the stop sign and the frames, and he was wrong, great, but he could have just called Deputy Whitaker and said, hey, you're rolling through here, or send a text saying that. He has no reason to make up anything about 3 students that have come to him. One thing I would ask you to do, and I know we've been here a long time, and I know you've seen a lot, so go back through and look at the interviews. Look at Al's demeanor, look at him answering questions, look at him explaining stuff. There's been a lot of quotes here, such as, sticking to my story. Well, look at the interview and see how the context of that. That's not saying I'm lying, that's saying I'm not telling you who these people are. That's what he's saying. Look at the context of what was said. That's why you have the entire interview, so you can do that. And I know it's a lot. I know you've already seen a lot, and I'm asking you to look through 3 hours of interviews, but I think they're important. One thing when we started this, attorneys talked about, hey, we won't sit here and show you guys this whole thing because you'll be able to take them with you later on. We'll try to save time, but they're still important. There's still a lot of context in there. Look at the statements that are, because it's talking about Al's explaining what happens here. In this matter, I think it's clear what we have here. Al is a very good officer. Al has high morals. Al has told 3 students, high school students, they reported stuff to him, said they don't want to be made known. I don't know why that is. Obviously, I haven't talked to him. No one knows why that is except the 3 students, but Al respected that. I have no idea what reasons they may have. They may be fearful of retaliation. They may be fearful of just turning in a law enforcement. I don't know. We don't know that because they only know that. I don't even think Al knows why they asked that, but they asked that. As you heard Al say, he is trying to form a bond out there with students, with the community, doing good community police work. And when they say this, he thinks nothing else is going to happen besides, hey, you know what? I think Al testified that a couple weeks later, as he's looking at the camera, as he's gone back to Sheriff Johnstone and said, I want to get more involved in this, he sees what he thinks is the other deputy rolling through a stop sign, and that jogs his memory. These guys have said this, and he sends a text. As he said, it's a poorly worded text. And that's how we get here. It happened. He was contacted by 3 people. They are high school students. They have asked not to have their names given out. He went back and talked to them after that and said, hey, my lieutenant wants this, and they've said they don't want to do it, and he's stuck by that. We believe that is a bona fide reason to disobey this order. I guess that's up to the commission to make that determination. That is an issue. Al's given you the reasons. He's continually said he didn't want to do that. There have been, and I know you've heard, why not bring them in here? Well, obviously, we can't subpoena people who come in here, tell you who they are if they don't want to have their identity known. It's a public broadcast. So yeah, we're not going to do that. That's not even reasonable. Anything that was offered to Hal, having a third party, doesn't accomplish what the kids wanted, which is to remain anonymous. Al's a good officer. Al's not lied about anything. I think that Al wrote a text message that was very poorly worded compared to what had happened, and he's always said that. He's spoken to Lieutenant McCune, explained to him what happened. He has given interviews, explained what happened. We do not believe that there's been any violation of any duties placed upon Al. I understand that he has admitted that he has not provided this answer that everyone wants through the 3 names. As Al said, he has a bona fide reason to do this. Regarding any issues of dishonesty, he has simply not been dishonest. He has told everyone what's happened, and he's been fully compliant. We believe that there should be no disciplinary action, and if the commission does find that there should be disciplinary action, we believe that Al should not be terminated. As I said, in regard to termination, you heard lots of reasons given why termination is appropriate. You heard that he can't testify, but once again, there's no evidence of that. You heard there could be lawsuits. Once again, there's no evidence of that. You heard that other officers may not like it. Yeah, well, I mean, they're police officers. They have jobs to do. I know police officers' jobs, sheriff's jobs are difficult. And I also know that lots of deputies work with people they don't like. It's part of the job, but Al is a good officer. I don't think there's been anything come here and said that other officers do not believe that. I believe that Al could still be a good officer, and we'd ask that you just consider all that when you're making your decision. As I said, you've heard a lot, but consider the evidence. That's what you have to do. If my statements are inconsistent with what the evidence is, go with the evidence. I'm not sitting here trying to lie to you. You guys heard stuff. Go with the evidence. That's what you guys have to consider. Thank you.
Thank you. I just have a brief rebuttal. Won't say that it'll be 5 minutes, but it will be very brief. Well, again, I'd like to thank you on behalf of Sheriff Johnstone, Des Moines County. You've been very patient with your time. You've paid good attention to the evidence. We appreciate that very much because it is an important process for Mr. Waterman. It's very important that he gets that due process. He's obviously had counsel. Mr. Dial is a very good attorney, and you heard him point out some information throughout the cross-examination process with Lieutenant McCune regarding his February 18th, 2020 report. And one of the pieces of information that he pointed out was that there were a couple things that Lieutenant McCune had included in the report. But what he left out from his closing argument was that Lieutenant Williams testified under oath that Lieutenant McCune called him on the telephone on February 18th, 2020, right after placing Deputy Waterman on paid administrative leave, and told him that Al said that he had not talked to those individuals yet. Sure, in a perfect world, would that have been in the report? Yes. Deputy Waterman's not entitled to a perfect investigation. Nobody's perfect with anything. We're humans. But that doesn't mean that the conversation that Lieutenant McCune testified to, documented in his report, including his February 26, 2020 report, and that Lieutenant Williams, as the lead investigator, documented in his investigation report, didn't happen. It just means that Lieutenant McCune didn't put it in the 18th report. There's been some testimony briefly regarding some of the political issues that were raised by Mr. Dial in the letter and from Deputy Waterman. There was a remark that Mr. Dial made regarding Deputy Glendenning lying because he answered a question that I talked about the entire command staff. And you're right. It wasn't the entire command staff as it was worded on the piece of paper, but that wasn't my question. The fact of the matter was that Sheriff Johnstone went to the entire command staff, all of them, which included Sergeant Glendenning, and asked for them to take a look at the evidence, more eyes on it, and to make recommendations, to review things, to be a part of the process. That's a good leader right there. Not just making a decision on his own, asking for other people, hearing them out. Am I missing something? Getting feedback. Sergeant Glendenning came here today and he testified under oath. He was one of the field training officers for Deputy Waterman. Said nice things about Deputy Waterman. He said, hey, throughout the process, I believed also we should try to find a way to retain his employment. It was only after the situation elevated that he came to the conclusion to recommend termination. Again, the documentation that was provided to Deputy Waterman indicated through the proposed notice of discipline, that it was the command staff. Sergeant Glendenning is a member of the command staff. The public and Deputy Waterman would cry foul if Sergeant Glendenning, as a member of the command staff, didn't come here and testify today. It'd be accused of some kind of cover-up, or it's to protect Sergeant Glendenning. Has nothing to do with that. Has nothing to do with politics whatsoever. That was interjected by Mr. Dial. It's smoke, it's mirrors, it's trying to muddy the water, distract from the issue. The facts of the matter are very clear. We're here for one reason only. It's Deputy Waterman's conduct. Finally, Deputy Waterman chose to have this matter be public. The county did what they could to keep the matter confidential. It's a personnel matter throughout the process. That's Deputy Waterman's choice. If he wants to have that and he wants to have a public hearing, he wants to go through a public process, that's his choice, that's his right. That's the process that he chose. That was not up to the county. He was also advised in written notices that the ultimate results of the investigation, results of the decision could be made public subject to an open records request. He was told that. He knew that. So while he's trying to make it out to be a situation where he's somebody that has high morals and this is why he's doing it, and to go out there and to sacrifice himself to build that public trust, that could not be further from the truth. Going back to the entire event, the reason why he was insubordinate and everything else that happened after that was to cover up the lies and the mistruths. That is why we're here, and no other reason. And for that reason, we would ask that you find that the policy violations occurred as specified in the documents submitted into evidence, and that you affirm Sheriff Johnstone's decision to terminate Deputy Waterman's employment. Thank you.
Anything else? Mr. Dial?
No.
Anything else you'd like to add?
No, that's good.
Okay. We are gonna go into closed session in just a little bit, but first I have Joe DeJesus, who is the co-chairman. kind of want to reiterate some things we talked about in the beginning, to refresh all of our memories as to what our job really is and what our responsibilities are, so we're all on the same page.
Mr. Waterman, if you remember when we first started this, I read you a list of what our duties were, what we felt we were going to be doing here, just to make sure we're on the same page, okay? So I just want to reiterate a couple of things. I know the attorneys have already said, we'd like you to hear it from us as the Civil Service Commission, okay? It's our duty to hear all the testimony and evidence presented. We have done that. We've listened to everything. We've listened to the testimony. We've taken everything into consideration, okay? We're gonna go now and review all of the testimony, the evidence. We are gonna base our decisions solely based on the evidence. That is what we're here for, and that is what we have to do, okay? After we make our decision, we are gonna give you a written, report, if you will, as to what our decision is and why we made our decision, okay? And we felt we've given everyone enough time to present a case. Both councils feel we did. No one felt that we cut them short or anything else, correct? Okay, that's it, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Make a motion.
Judy, before you do that,
No?
No? No, okay, sorry.
It's not a problem, so.
I'll make a motion to go into closed session.
I'd like a motion to go into closed session.
I'll make that motion.
But first of all, first we gotta make a motion to go out of this session and then go into closed session. They have to be two separate motions.
I'll make a motion that we go out of this session.
Thank you.
Second.
Okay. Is there any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor of going out of open session?
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Okay, motion's been carried. Okay, I'll take a motion that the committee now go into closed session.
I will make that motion to go into closed session.
Okay.
Second, to go into closed session.
Okay, any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Motion passed, we will go into closed session.
Sorry.
you.